Doom. I mean, yeah, go nuts with that. Go nuts with that. We can have multiple Doom-themed shorts in a week. I think that's fine. Also, YouTube chat again from Alias Drakes. You enjoyed the video? Good cut. Thank you. Leave a like and share it and send it to your friends and tell other people to watch it. And like I said yesterday, pretend you're in the Clockwork Orange and glue their eyes open and force them to stare at a screen and be good times. All right, Twitch chat. It's time to say hi, YouTube. So, chat, if you've read the title of the stream, either streams, you need to realize this. I stated something in the title of the stream. Weird, right? And it says, I have an idea for this fort. I have an idea for this fort! I was trying to think of one all day yesterday, and I couldn't think of one. Couldn't really think of what to do, and we're, like, starting to invade stuff, and we kind of got some armies going, and it's all fine and dandy. But I have an idea. I have an idea. I know what we're doing with this fort. Set it down in stone. Mark it with a notebook. Okay, so there's 3 temples in this fortress. I think it's 3. It's either 2 or 3. I need to double check, but I think it's 3. And there are 3 different temples to 3 different gods of 3 different religions. I'm going to have a vote in a minute. What this vote is I'm going to look at my nobles, all of the nobles in the fort, including the militia captains. The most popular religion amongst them is about to become the leader religion. And anybody who worships that religion is in the fortress is going to get kind of a nickname. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make slow simulated religious segregation. So basically, if you don't worship the religion, you don't get a bedroom. You get to sleep in the tavern, in the dorms. If you're not part of the religion, maybe you have to join the military. Because, like, this faction, right, they're a group of refugees running away from a faction that's basically destroyed and now it's scattered over the world, right? And we were staring at this fort yesterday and kind of going, okay, how do we make this fortress interesting? I'm just building on a relatively chill mountain. It's kind of a reward for the dwarves? Not always. Well, that or we could, like, say you can't join the military, right? Like, we need to figure out, like, an Amish fort, no tech? Do dwarves have... Define tech for dwarves. I think you need to define that. You actually played... I played E1, M1 of Brutal Doom and went, this is really cool. I don't want to replay Doom. Let them fight in the arena? Sounds like the plot to FTL. I mean, are we the baddies? Okay, so first things first. Napalm, would you like me to name your dwarf before or after I go through this process? Okay. So the nobles in this fort, and I could add more, right? Is currently Groot, Alien Slayer, Cyril the Militia Captain, Vukar the Bookkeeper, Hunter Meyer the Broker, Cow the Medical Dwarf, Budgie the Manager, Neezer the Militia Commander, Mass Morass the Captain of the Guard, and Ermaluk the Mayor. So let's start with the Mayor. Yes, anybody in the noble screen is a noble. Okay, so former member of the Lion Coven, former Holy Seal of the Lion Coven, no longer former First Shore of the Lion Coven. So previously had some higher ranks in the Lion Coven, but is no longer a member of that religion. So would you say, Chad, that this dwarf would vote for that religion or against that religion because they're a former member? Against? Okay. So they'd be a tiebreaker then. Captain of the Guard is Mass Morass. who's a former member of the Rooms of Sacrifice and isn't a member of a religion. Okay. But, wait, actually, which god do they worship, though? Worships Mumas. Okay. The mayor, I almost need a spreadsheet to do this. The mayor here, which god do you worship? Worships Einod. Okay. So the next one here is Neezer. Neezer, who's about to leave to raise release hexes, or attempt to raise release hexes, is a member of the Lined Coven, worshipping Einod. And also, as you can see, has several pet dragons. So, one for the Lined Coven. The manager, who's Budgie. Budgie worships Coolsim. And is a former member of the Doctrine of Fortresses. Oh, this is maybe not going so well as I'd hoped. Cow. Is a member of the Doctrine of Breaches. Worshipping Keshes. Which I'm pretty sure this is a temple too, right? Doctrine of Fortresses. This is the Dead Communion, yeah? The Dead Communion. And then this one down here is the Lined Coven. Okay, so they haven't demanded a temple yet. The medical dwarf, Cow. Is a member of the Doctrine of Breaches, worshipping Keshes. Okay. Hunter Meyer, who's the broker. Is a member of the Dead Communion. They're the god of death, basically. I have a feeling the Dead Communion may end up winning. Just a hunch. Vukar, the bookkeeper. Is a member of the Doctrine of Fortresses. The Dead Communion is a pretty dope name, yeah. So, keeping track here. The mayor votes against the Line Coven. So that's -1 to the Line Coven. Neezer is +1 to the Lined Coven, I think. Let's double check that. I'm just trying to keep score here. So, Lined Coven currently has 0. So 0 votes. Mass Morass worships a separate religion. Budgie is -1 to Doctrine of Fortresses. So 0 for Lined Coven and 0 for Fortresses. Then the Chief Medical Dwarf, once again. I'm writing these down this time. We could throw your dwarf in as the Hammerer if you want. So the Doctrine of Breaches has 1. Gotta find glass half empty, though. So glass half empty is a member of the Dead Communion. So Dead Communion has 2, I think. The Bookkeeper was the one I was about to look at. The Bookkeeper is a member of the Cult of Manges, which is the same god as the dead communion, I'm pretty sure. Alien Slayer. Which is... Alien Slayer worships whomst. Alien Slayer, you worship... Okay, you're not a member of a religion. Also came from the Rims of Sacrifice. And then Groot, who's the messenger, is currently brewing drinks and very happy, is a member of the Lined Coven. So currently, it's the Dead Communion who's winning, with 2 votes. Also, we actually have a disorderly conduct bid. And you know what? Would you guys judge me, chat, if I rigged the vote? Also, hold on. Which one does the elephant tender? We'll count that, too, because they were the expedition leader. Well, so the elephant tender, who's the expedition leader, is also a member of the Dead Communion, so that's 3. So I'm thinking... And then Ranger Rick, just double checking. Yeah, Ranger Rick is Doctrine of Fortresses. So it's for the Dead Communion. I mean, naturally. I think I might need to boot Rick out of his office here for this temple. Because the Dead Communion has 12 worshippers. Let's check the other religious temples. This one has 10 worshippers. And then this one over here has 31 worshippers. So the Lion Coven is by far the most popular religion in the fortress. By far. But the Putrid Temple is the one that I kind of want to push for. Now boot out all the heathens from their titles and positions. Let's take a look at our mayor a little. Well, actually, okay, so Napalm, you said that you want a dwarf, yeah? I will reassign this one. I'm just curious. Napalm, would you like a dwarf from this list? Because we could give you Id. They've got sideburns. We could give you Bombwreck. They've got sideburns. It's okay. We don't judge you for spelling errors here, Deep Sea Fishin'. And the only one open to the rest of the fortress. You can't convert people to religions, but yes, that's what I'm thinking about doing. And attaching bedrooms to it and stuff. Basically, like, limiting access to a lot of portions of the fortress to that room. You would like ton. Okay. So I will put the elephant tender back in. It's Ton the beekeeper, right? Sideburns. Personally believes that war is preferable to peace in general. Dreams of mastering a skill. I think we're also going to do this. Boom. You now run a squad. So your vote now counts. Which means the dead communion now have 4 votes. He was worried after being unable to pray to Yugath, lava flems the lustful for too long, and feels restless after being unable to practice craft. Wants to go pray. How fitting. A loyal follower, I see. He is an optimist and he has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Well, he's currently more fearless. He has an overbearing personality and is stingy with resources when working on projects. He doesn't handle stress well and he is often nervous. He is curious and eager to learn, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he is quick to anger. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he has little interest in joking around. Dreams of mastering a skill and believes war is preferable to peace in general. He likes alunite and sterling silver, red zircon and pine wood, muskox horn and giant grizzly bear tooth, rami paper and mail shirts, tables and bracelets and anvils for their shaggy hair, and yaks for their shaggy hair, and the horned owl men for their tufts, and the words of the true reason and the sight of the silver of harvesters, and when possible prefers to consume squid and fonio beer, and naf seeds, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. A dubious promotion? I mean, they'd already been voted in. Just simply making the numbers better. Speaking of dubious promotions. I need to go back and check that list again. So I have 2 choices here. I want to add in another noble. But which of these dwarves do I add in as the other noble? I don't want it to be a military dwarf because I don't want them to be leaving the map and coming back constantly. The weaponsmith? Bumrick? Or Ilmirin? Because the elephant tender, who's the leader of the religion, is going to be given her role back in a second. Rovod, the fish cleaner? Added as a noble? Chat's saying Rovod. Rovod the fish cleaner. All right, now I got some nicer bedrooms I need to make. And Deep Sea Fish in here would like to name Yoshi, the only wanderer, a dwarf. Chat room. Did they get a dwarf? Yes or no? You guys get to vote. What is the god of the religion? Show you that in a second. Let's just get this dwarf named first. Do you have any preference on the type of dwarf you would like, friend? We learned the other day that hunting dragons get green scarves and war dragons get little, like, metal bars around their necks. Which is funny as hell to me. You would recommend the hammerer? I mean, this is true. Okay, so Yoshi, are you all right with being Rovod? The hammerer, who's also not that happy with their life. Also wants training and wants to fight. Well, look at that. Extravagant, slow to anger, stubborn, strong, disdains cooperation, and is fearful. Yoshi is our hammerer. So, we'll run back through these nobles one final time because I've just added a bunch once I'm done reading this. Yoshi, the hammerer, wants to fight, be with family, and have martial training, which I'm sure we can arrange that. Never becomes angry, and is unbelievably stubborn and will stick with even the most futile action once her mind is made up. She likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty, and she has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. She often feels lustful and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She has a distinct laugh when she's excited, and she whispers when she's thinking hard about something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally values hard work, disdains cooperation, and finds blind honesty foolish. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and likes serpentine, pig iron, and rubicel, as well as clear glass, coral, and short swords, cabinets, and the words of the mindful saffron, and the sound of the laces of pregnancy, and when possible prefers to consume custard, apple cider, and apricots, and absolutely hates lizards. Do you know if ghosts exist in adventure mode? Yes. I have found ghosts after reclaiming adventurers in abandoned forts. So, have an adventurer in a fort, abandon the fort, and then reclaim the adventurer in that fort, and I've had ghosts pop up. I don't know how common they are, but I have had it happen. Wasn't it the elephant that found one? I don't have a video or a short about it, but it surfaces in a stream at one point. The hammer is the most relatable to you? I mean, hey, if it works, it works. If he relates, he relates. That's good. She has a narrow, prominent chin, her hair is clean shaven, and her close-set, obscure eyes are protruding. She's a member of the Dead Communion. Just as a reminder, the mayor is not a member of the Dead Communion, but left their religion. What caused them to leave their religion, you might ask? I don't know. But what I do know is that they were formerly the highest ranked individual in that religion and are no longer part of that religion. And their faction fell. I think that's a valid reason for them to vote for the new religion and its supremacy. Mas Morass is also not a member of the religion, who's the captain of the guard, so, you know, he's getting up there. He's getting kind of old. I mean, he's 141 years old, so it's certainly possible that he could disappear soon. He is, of course, a former member of several different groups, and the captain of the guard here, and worships an unrelated god. Maybe he just won't mind so much. Next up, we have the militia commander of the Bloody Tusks, whose knees are here nor there, because she's going to go off to raise something. She's a member of the Lined Coven, which is the god of fortresses, if I recall correctly. We can go through these in a second, of what all of them worship in the spheres that are connected to them. And if you guys want to take notes, you can. Next up, in the nobles, we have Yoshi, who we just were looking at. And Yoshi, of course, is a member of the Dead Communion. Right here. He is kind of stressed, but got to work on that. What's up, Poochie? If you say long time no see, it's your first time speaking in my chat, apparently, and I do not recognize your username, but it's good to see you, if I know you. Semtexagon as well. Hello, it's good to see you. Don't forget to take notes, chat. There's going to be a test. So next up, we have Budgie, who's the manager. Budgie was also previously part of a different fort alongside of the mayor, and is also a former member of their religion. Also left their religion. Okay, I do remember authority denial. Do recall that. Welcome back. Having to switch accounts is always a fickle thing, eh? And then next up, in the noble screen, we have Cal, who's the chief medical dwarf. Cal is a member of the Doctrine of Breaches. Lost the old email password? Oh, there you go. You know, it happens. The chief, it's better than your account getting banned, is a member of the Doctrine of Breaches, so an unrelated god. They may have some replacements in their future. Or admin123. That's always my favorite default password guess. And then Hunter Meyer, who's the broker. Is a member of the Dead Communion. Hello, Rock Sauce from the YouTube chat. And I hope you had a good road trip. It's a heck of a name, Dommy Bommy. It's like, it puts a lot of images in one's head. All right, let's go here and then scroll down to Vokar, the bookkeeper. Belly Television, thanks for the 3rd month. Hope you've been well. The Cult of Manges. Now, this god, this is the same god, the Cult of Manges. So, I'm kind of counting Vukar as part of this. And then down here we have Sideburns, Cyril, and Alien Slayer, and Groot. Sideburns does, in fact, worship the Dead Communion. You can also skip ads. YouTube's interface is better because you can make the creator make less money. Cool. It's better because you can rewind and fast forward. That's true. That is a good feature that the YouTube player has. Everything else about it is worse. Finding streams is harder because the URL changes every time. The chat URL changes every time. The process of uploading and archiving streams sucks on YouTube from a creator's perspective. Basically, everything else about it is worse. And I would actually argue from a creator's perspective, the ability to rewind and fast forward midstream is a bad thing for the creator because you don't know where in the VOD people in chat are. So from a conversation and community building perspective, it is significantly worse. From a usability perspective, I agree it's useful, which is why I don't talk to the YouTube chat as much. It's my lurker chat, essentially. Like, I look at it sometimes, but I don't look at it as much because I don't know where you are in the VOD, right? Like, and every now and again it'll happen where somebody will be commenting on something. I'm like 90% sure they're talking about something that happened like 40 minutes ago. So I'm just not going to acknowledge it because that would be weird, right? So it's harder to talk to YouTube chat because I don't know where in the stream you are. Kano, what up? Thanks for the 11th month. But, you know, I stream on YouTube because I can. Why not? But like it's not my personally preferred platform for streams. You came over here for the Prime sub? Thank you. I mean, if you have Prime, like you don't get ads at all on my stream if you sub with Prime, right? And you don't have to skip them. But I will say YouTube is significantly better if you want to like cast a stream to a TV. It's way easier to do that with YouTube. Cyril. So like there are plenty of people that I know who like watch the YouTube stream on a TV and talk in the Twitch chat on their phone. Like Cyril the militia captain is a member of the Lion Coven. With how shitty the iOS app is, you probably don't know where those people are in the VOD either. What, on YouTube? Your PC is just hooked up to your TV? I mean, there you go. Yeah, just remember that, like, I don't think that either of them are particularly better. I think that from a creator's perspective, Twitch is better for making communities than YouTube because, and I've talked about this a billion times. Sorry, I'm getting distracted now. I've talked about this a billion times. YouTube is designed to keep people watching YouTube. Twitch is designed to keep people watching a Twitch channel, right? The design and build of Twitch is so that you watch a particular channel, and when that stream ends, you then move to a new channel and keep watching. That's the way Twitch is designed. YouTube is just designed to keep you on YouTube. So if you're even remotely bored of the thing that you're watching, YouTube puts things to distract you to make you click on other things to stay on YouTube. They don't care if you just watch one channel. They just want you to be watching YouTube. Yeah, pretty much. Twitch is a live streaming platform that is focused on live streaming and community building around live streams. YouTube is a video platform that has live streaming as a side hustle hobby that they forget about half the time. Sometimes the iOS Twitch cap can be what seems like a minute behind. I mean, fair. Yeah, delay varies, but that depends on your connection to the server, right? If you have slow internet, you'll be behind. But you know, being a minute behind is like nothing. All right, but it is a valid point too. Line of COVID. You hear what you want to hear. Coven. I think I might be saying it wrong too. And then Alien Slayer. Is a member of no religion and worships an unrelated god. Coven rhymes with oven. Coven? Should I be saying Coven? And then Groot, who's the messenger. Groot is a member of the Lined Coven. So right here we have 1, 3 minus 1, and then the votes for the Dead Communion. So to check the actual religions themselves, the Dead Communion worships Ugath, the god of death, blight, disease, and deformity. The Lined Coven is the god of boundaries, and the Doctrine of Fortresses worships the Superior, bunch of stuck-up fools, I say, who worships fortresses, war, victory, and sacrifice. That's one way to think about it. YouTube's an advertising platform that occasionally serves live streams. Twitch is a live stream platform that occasionally serves ads. Yeah. Also, this is just a personal thing. I prefer Amazon over Google because Amazon has a tax deal with Canada, whereas Google doesn't. So if money I get paid through Google, I have to pay American taxes on and request American tax refunds. And as a Canadian who doesn't like doing American taxes, fuck that. Shit sucks. It's the worst part of my tax season. So that's where we're at. The god of disease, deformity, and death. So now we get to figure this out. How do we begin separating these populations? Because the mayor in my headcanon here is siding with that. I've deleted the generic Everything Goes temple. I could just replace it with a temple to Ugath. So if I go down here, new temple. It's the god of jewels. That's the unrelated one of the unrelated ones. This one. 19 worshippers. Death, blight, disease, and deformity. The nobles voted. So it was the one that the most of the nobles voted for. Unless they'd left their previous religion, then it got a -1 to the previous religion. Not your religion, Salva. But it is also the religion of the original expedition leader. So I'm going to see where their bedroom is, and Salva, you get to move. You do get to keep your bedroom, but you are losing your office, sir. Or not Salva. My bad. Ranger Rick is moving. It would be fitting if I killed your dwarf? I mean, maybe. I haven't decided how crazy we're gonna go with this just yet. The sacred starvation sounds like an edging euphemism. I just need to say that. Yeah, no, I mean, we make you into a martyr, right? All right, so that's where we are at. So I do still have this temple, the Abbey of Walls. And I also still have this temple, the Brilliant Chapel. Brilliant Chapel is for the doctrine of fortresses, and the Abbey of Walls is for the lined coven. Now we're going to unpause the fort. Named dwarves in the fort are... Thanks for watching, Fraga. A Darkened Dawn, Devilish Potato, Alien Slayer, Amethyst, Bonesaw, Budgie, Cow, Darius Cardrin, Dominok, Elfie Bean, Ermaluk, Glass Half Empty, Grandpa, Groot, Him Go Fast, Hunter Meyer, Ilmarin, Indiridius, other Indiridius. We need to talk about these Indiridiuses, Indiridius. Do you want the military Indiridius or the weaponsmith Indiridius? The other one we'll give to somebody else. Kyo, Doka, Mass Morass, Narc, as well as Neezer, and No Banner Flags, and Percussive Ant, and Ranger Rick, and Salvador, and Shark Jumping Walrus, and Napalm Sideburn, Snail, Stone Grip, Elephant Tender, and UGDPY. I wish there was a way for me to just get a list of every dwarf that worshipped a particular religion. Like, I wish I could click this and it would just give me the list. Because I want to tag them all. Because, like, this just lets me add anybody as a performer. And this filters out all of the nobles when I open it. So what I could do is I could do this. It's id, Eshtan. Oh, actually, here. I'm just going to copy this so I can see it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 4 additional ones. So what custom role do I give them? I don't want to just say cultist, because they're all members of the Dead Communion. I agree, Puccia. Deadbeat? No. This is not going to become a Grateful Head and the Deadheads kind of joke. Not doing that. Nope, not doing that. No, sorry. I like the Grateful Dead. I've got 2 Grateful Head Dead tapes, but I'm not going to call them the Deadheads. Could call them Loyalists. I could call them Goretusk Loyalists. What is religion if not politics, though? You know, I'm not gonna lie, most of your guys' statements are just like... They're far too lore-bendy for me. I need this to sound convincing. And Goretuskian, and Tuskites, and Deep Fryer, and Unionized, and Psychopomps. Sorry, none of these, like, sound dwarfy to me. What's up, Keo? Sure. That's a play on Tuscan Raiders, and I'm not gonna do that because they're a kind of shitty stereotype. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Sim. But until you guys can come up with something better, I'm calling them Goretusk Loyalists. Gravelords ain't too bad, but... Elephant Tender can keep the Sacred Starvation. They're not zombies. Everything you're saying makes them sound like zombies. Deadwalkers? Like, that's a zombie. Like, I don't know. I don't want them to sound like they're just zombies. Or is that some other one? Define. I mean, they are the god of disease, death, and deformity. I don't see this as a problem, Maz. Anybody want to check in with Kyokyo and inform them of what's going on? Gravelord's okay, but currently we're not a necromancy fort, so if it just sounds like a necromancy fort, you kind of lost it on me. So basically what's happening is this fortress is a group of... We were talking yesterday about how to make this fortress interesting, because people were asking me yesterday about making this fortress into a full video. I'm sticking with the name that I'm going with. Can you has Dwarf? You like weaponsmiths? Let me finish what I'm explaining first, but yes. Yesterday we were talking about how can we make this fortress interesting. And our way of making this fortress interesting initially was just like, okay, well, we'll start invading stuff and start following people and like figure out if we can make this into another video. Because my initial plan for this fort wasn't. I was just going to do this as like a chill in-between fort before I move on to the next big project. But I was thinking about it last night. I'm like, okay, so there's 3 formed religions in this fort, right? There is the Dead Communion, the Lined Coven, and the Doctrine of Fortresses. Doctrine of Fortresses is fortresses, victory, and war. The Lined Coven is focused on boundaries. And then the Dead Communion is the god of deformity, death, and disease. And what I did was I went to the nobles and I looked at which noble worships which religion. We could swap to disciples. I like disciples. We could like name them after the god, call it a Yugath disciple. How's that? But anyway, the idea here is I don't really want to make a ton of bedrooms in this fort, okay? I'm feeling lazy. So I want basically an excuse to separate the dwarves and have upper-class dwarves and lower-class dwarves, right? And so what I'm doing is essentially the mayor of the fortress left their religion. The mayor of the fortress previously was the leader or was the highest ranking official of a different religion, the Lined Coven. And for some reason, they left. They were the first shore of the Lined Coven, right? And this is one of my previous dwarves from an old fort, right? And this faction is dying. Like, it's getting wrecked. They have, like, a very small population now. My goal for this fortress is to make a mountain home and raise 2 elephants and breed elephants, but also go to war. And I've been trying to think about how I can make the process of this fortress more interesting. And my idea here is that we play religious favoritism and give priority to everybody who worships a specific religion. I'm not even close to getting to the point where I'm going to start, like, expelling people that aren't part of the religion, but we might get there. And my goal is to still become a mountain home. Basically, we're the baddies. But I do like the idea of naming them... Disciple of Yugath. What do you think? Does that fit? Thumbs up. More hardline religious ideology. Sounds more... Chat, disciples of Yugath or Yugath's disciples? It's one of the two. All other suggestions are going to be rejected going forward. Or ignored. Not rejected. Also, cheers. Thanks for the comments on the video, David. And also, hello, English Dragon. Turns out that future of a faction, so... It could be disciples of. So we're seeing disciples of. I think I'll just go disciple of. Because it's singular. Because they are a disciple of. All right. So loyalist. Maybe we call the... Okay, so here's what we could do. Loyalists, here's an idea, are people who are not part of the religion, but are loyal to the cause. So these are all people who are part of the religion. But a Goretusk loyalist would be somebody who gets the same rights and privileges, but not a member of the cult. And what we could also do is I could make burrows to separate chunks of the fort. So, like, straight up don't allow portions of the fort into areas. Who used to be part of a religion and left it? Those I would consider a loyalist, like the mayor. I realize this is a really slow start to the stream, but there's a lot of lore building going on here, so you're going to have to work with us. I'm noticing that disciple is a word I forget how to spell. Will there be volcano sacrifices? Perhaps. You can't really... you cannot tell your dwarves to attack your own dwarves, but I could, like, you know, not arrest somebody who's committing crimes. You saying it in all caps makes me think I spelled it wrong. Corpus Delecti, thanks for the 3rd month. I need to sneeze real bad, so if I sneeze suddenly, I'm sorry. Feels bad writing these things? Think about it this way. We're writing a book. Was there for reference? Okay. Make all the Monty Python references. Monty Python is good. Loyalist. Got 2 more to rename. That's okay. I fat finger my phone all the time. I tend to put V's at the end of texts accidentally, because that's where the send button is on a chat app that I use. Heroes are measured by their villains. Let's make some great hero potential. Oh, definitely. So Neezer, who also worships the god. Let's call you... How about you? So this dwarf isn't part of a religion, Alien Slayer, and worships an unrelated god. Are we considering them a loyalist? I mean, they have killed a cave crocodile and are a pretty solid commander, actually. Talented ambusher at this point. You know, actually, servant is a better term than loyalist, actually. I actually really like that. We could call them, like, servant of Yugath instead of loyalist. What do you think of that? Because that, yeah, it sounds more culty. Because they are... mostly because I don't want to train up a new commander. I'll be honest. Cyril here, the militia captain, is a member of the Lined Coven. So them we have to replace, I think. Let's check this dwarf, who's also part of the same. You're also a member of the Lined Coven. Let's check this dwarf. Former member of the Lined Coven. Suyustuth is a member of the Reign of Tusks, which is my Mark's dwarf squad, and is a former member of the Lined Coven. Still worships the god. Actually also worships Yugath. Look at this, worships a pantheon. Also worships Yugath. So I think this dwarf here is probably going to take charge of this squad. Views loyalty unfavorably and doesn't care about craftsmanship. So I think this dwarf right here should take the captain spot. So you get removed. And you take the spot. And then down here, we have Mass Morass, who's not a member of any religion, is the captain of the guard, and doesn't worship any... Well, actually, that's not true. Does worship one god. They're a pretty damn good captain of the guard, though. Are loyal to something other than what they left, then would they also be loyalists? The people who leave, apostates, acolyte, zealot, thrall, and bondservant. Thralls are often used as like an undead thing, though. So what do we do with this person? Do we keep them as the captain of the guard, or do they get a new position? Because this dwarf is currently captain of the guard. They're not part of a religion, at all. So I'm a little bit torn on this one. This is true. Glass half empty. I mean, they just got appointed to the task. So I think we'll give it to glass half empty. But if I'm not mistaken, is a loyalist. And so this will be capit. What do I call this? Captain. Gold Bludgeon, thanks for the 15th month. And Da Luzera, thank you very much for chucking out a gift sub. And also, I missed this, but no, I didn't miss Corpus Delecti. I did acknowledge that one. Thank you. Also, we're in an ad break, so I'm going to wait. Non-believer would be fine if they really help the fort. Maybe even heathen if you dislike them. Oh, Captain. What's the plan? Well, this one just got replaced the Captain of the Guard. So our Captain of the Guard is now different. Basically. Shield of Ugath? Maybe just Guard of Ugath. How's that? I just want them to be easily searchable and findable, you know? That would be the Hammerer, most definitely. The Hammer of Ugath. Which will be down here. And then for the Hammerer... should give it to another disciple. Okay, so let's go to Yoshi, who is the Hammerer. This is going to be interesting when they start having friends that I have to deal with. What do messengers do? If you have helixes, you can request workers from them. And if you've taken over locations, you can request soldiers return. And you can request, they could get the lead hammer. I think that's Neezer's weapon. Yeah, Neezer has the hammer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So that's fitting. We have a lead artifact hammer, by the way, which is all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of magnetite, and on the item is an image of a macadamia trees and dog leather. So there's that. The friends might genuinely be within... I mean, if we burrow them properly. I'm undecided of how heavily I'm going to burrow them, because I haven't found every single dwarf in the fort that worships this god. And that's going to be something we're going to have to keep an eye out for, right? Let's just keep going through the nobles list here. We are making progress. Next up is the manager, Budgie. So I like Budgie. Budgie is a dwarf that moved here from a previous fort and has left his religion. He is the manager. And has a pet hunting cave dragon. So I think we leave Budgie as is. He's also a legendary weaponsmith. Isn't lead really good for hammers? Yes. Which is why they're using it. Do false identities have their own religions? Yes, they could. Totally. I'm just trying to think what to call this. I don't want to say Ugath's manager because then it's like, I want to speak to Ugath's manager. The religious system Banana Unlimited in Dwarf Fortress is hysterically deep when you actually delve into it a little bit. No, not going with pen. Hand of Ugath? That's not bad. Ugath's Taskmaster? How about this? Yeah, let's go with Ugath's Taskmaster. I like that, actually. And obviously, every single one of the dwarves with these titles get a bedroom with a statue of Ugath in their bedroom. That's just the minimum that we can do, right? So Cow, the chief medical dwarf. This one might get swapped. Because they worship an unrelated religion and they're part of an unrelated religion and worship an unrelated god. So I think Cow is getting swapped. What god does him go fast worship? Lined Coven. That's unfortunate. Just wondering what kind of doctors I have. Stone Grip is a surgeon. Could go with UGDPY, but I want to keep him a scholar. Former member of the Lion Coven. Former Holy Seal of the Lion Coven. Could go with Stone Grip for the new Captain of the Guard. Because he was the Holy Seal in a previous fortress. Or in a previous place. Actually, I think he was in my first fortress in this world looking at this. Because he has memories from Spring of 305. So this was a previous dwarf of mine. Yep. So this would be then a... Am I spelling servant right? It's with an A, right? Servant? The way I see it is servants get bedrooms that are lower quality. Disciples get higher quality bedrooms. And non-believers get to live in the dormitory. That's the way I see it. And I can show you what I mean in a second. So, you are now... Chief Medical Dwarf, Stone Grip. Hunter, who is my broker, is a member of the Dead Communion. How about we go with the... Spreading the good word of Ugath. One dwarf at a time. Our number one export can become figurines of Ugath. just like start giving, figurines of... voice to me sounds more like a pastor or a preacher. And mugs. It's like figurines of Yugath and mugs, but we got merchandise, guys. We got t-shirts. we got figurines. Maybe statues. Sorry, by the way, Ranger Rick, you're about to get persecuted. I got bad news for you. I've already removed your bedroom. Nobles voted. Religious tchotchkes. Yeah, exactly. I'm not. I don't. Can you even do that? Can you specify like designs on things when you're decorating? Okay, so next is the bookkeeper. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'll do that for every piece of clothing because, oh my god, but... So the bookkeeper is a member of the cult of Manges, which is the same god. So we'll call you... Accountant? You guys, taxman. How about Quill of Yugath? Because I'm not gonna say pen, because that's gonna just make penis jokes. Now we just need to buy YouTube ads for the hands of Yugath, and we'll be good from there. Yugath's cock, yes. No, that, I mean, if anything, that would be the military, right? All right, so we've got the Quill, Sideburns, who's a captain. What did I call the other one? What did I call Neezer? Disciple of Yugath, commander, yes. Okay, so Sideburns. Disciple of Yugath, commander. Yugath's tax optimizer. Tax fraud, servant, reporting for duty. And then last up here is Groot. Groot is a member of the Lion Coven. So, now, here's the catch here. Groot is a member of the Lion Coven, but is a lover of Neezer. I mean, you still have a bedroom, but chat, you guys want to explain to Ranger Rick why his religion isn't cool and why the disciples of Yugath are rising up? It would be somebody's pet chicken. That's what it would be. Somebody who's loyal who also happens to have a pet rooster. That would be Yugath's cock. I don't even know what this god is represented by. I need to make a statue of it. We're not executing all non-believers. We're not executing anybody. What are you talking about? Don't exile your lover boy. I think that you get to be a servant of Yugath. What's the useful stocks and drinks and tables designated? You never thought about that? Useful stock. Oh, what? Like just the little kind of squares? I mean, it's nice for taverns. And then you can make them dining halls as well and connect them to the tavern. Very useful. Simply put, we've decided to theme this fort around a religious focus. So what I did was I went through the nobles and the most popular god. So any noble that was part of a religion had a vote for that religion. Any noble that was part of a religion that they'd left had a -1 on the vote. We counted the initial expedition leader as a bonus vote, and then went through, and the winning religion amongst the leaders was the dead communion. They worship a god named Yugath. They worship disease, deformity, and there's one other thing. So what we're doing is I'm going through, and every single dwarf in the fort that I can find that worships Yugath is becoming a disciple of Yugath. Now, if they don't worship the god, but have either left their previous religion or are directly related to somebody, they become a servant of Yugath. Smitchell, thanks for the raid. The other thing is death. Sure, the other thing is death. I thought I said death. I thought I said death, deformity, and disease. Or maybe it's blight. It's like blight, death, deformity, and disease. Raiders, welcome. Hello. Thomas, not the train. Hi. It's rock and stone. I should have put a rock and stone line in there somewhere. Damn it. All right, well, I'll do that next time. But cheers, mate. So the kind of plan for this fort going forward to make it interesting. Got a raid and run? I hope you had a good stream, Smitchell. Chat, go follow Smitchell if you want to see more dwarfs. Please and thank you. Death before dying. Death before... I mean, I think the dinosaurs did die, so it's kind of accurate if you think about it. But yeah, that's what's happening. Am I actually persecuting your religion? I mean, not yet. But I am going through and renaming everybody. With new jobs based on their loyalty level. So this dwarf left their religion and are currently the, like, person in charge of the fort. So Ermalok What do we do to dwarves who left the main? So this is from YouTube chat. What do we do about the dwarves who have left the dead communion? That's a good question. That is actually a good question. What do we do with dwarves that have left the dead communion? I mean, you are still the Holy Whip. I think just expelling them. Just immediately expel them. Yeah. Slip and slide into a heated pool? Possibly. I mean, we very well... This very well may end up being a fortress where I have a lava drowning box. Or just, like, a drawbridge over a volcano. I mean... Take over another site and send them to... It's not a bad idea, actually. Just, like, go away. I'm just trying to think what to rename the mayor, because they are a servant. So let's just say... Curator is closer to bookkeeper. Lava's too sterile? Well, I mean, what you're suggesting then, I gather, is we need to find something with deadly dust or poison gas. Is that what you're suggesting? Because that's pretty dark. Like, truth be told, that is pretty fucking dark. Impulse ramp thing to... You can't really decide what dwarf enters it, though. That's the problem. So only they can ride them? I suppose. I'm gonna have to dig into this side of the mountain here. Probably just Wall this off. And go up to here. And wall this off. And then just dig through this wall right here. Okay. The rot pit, let's get ugly with it. I think it has to be a slow descent into madness. No, maybe not a slow descent into madness. It has to be a descent into madness, not just like a step, you know? Like I'm not gonna step directly into the madness. We have to ramp it up slowly. But these are all quality ideas. So, it's time to update the goal for the fort. Because currently exclamation point goal is pretty vanilla. So the goal currently says start year 365. The refugees from the Iron of Power traveled, which apparently is misspelled. Moved south to start a new home, fleeing from goblin hordes. Goals: protect the elephants at all costs and become the new mountain home. I'm going to add something to this, which is now going to say, and fleeing from goblin hordes, dedicating themselves to the extermination of enemy forces. This requires this is becoming a God-focused fort. Supporting the god of death. Persecute non-believers. Protect the elephants at all costs. Become the new mountain home. Build an army of dragons. All right. I have updated the goal. It's a bit long now. All right, so the thing is, there's 19 dwarves that worship this god. Man, I should set this temple to all visitors welcome. But I don't really want visitors. That's the problem. So maybe not yet. Maybe what I'll do is I'll build an outdoor public temple to this god that's huge. So if they get attacked, then so what? It's the god of death. All hail the holy blight. I literally haven't unpaused yet. We've been in game for an hour. Okay, so there's definitely more dwarves that I need to name. I guess what I'll do is I'll keep an eye on this, and when I see dwarves pop into here, I'll give them the name. Same with here. Let's unpause. Another thing that I can do is, these are my nicer bedrooms so far. These are the nicer bedrooms. We also have these bedrooms that are nicer. So, Yuzul, you're sleeping here. What god do you worship? Remember line? Okay, you remember line Coven. Well, that's unfortunate. Sorry for your loss. Dink. Okay. Also, Stodier apparently is married to Id, who's a hunter, actually. Is also a member. Okay, so this would be. Ooh. By relation. Okay. What's up next? Snail. What god do you worship? Snail is a member of the Lion Coven. So now we need to start saying another concubine of Yugath. Oh god. What do we name the dwarves that are non-believers? You also thought Nurgle? I mean, Happy to help, Maxed Out Gaming. I like Faithless. Heretic is a bit too, like, Warhammer. Unguided isn't bad. Apostate's also not bad. Because they're not opposers, right? Like, they are on the same side as us. How about for now we just don't give them names? We'll just do that. But I will remove their bedrooms. The problem is the military dwarves, whenever they leave the map, unclaim their bedrooms. Amethyst, what god do you worship? Yep, sorry Amethyst, you're losing your bedroom. Devilish Potato. Is a member of the cult of seals, but worships the wrong god. I think for right now, I'm just not going to name the dwarves that don't worship the right god, because that would just be a lot of renaming more than anything. It would be a lot of renaming. And as they say, ain't nobody got time for that. But that's me. That would be very confusing. All right, that's I think enough for this exact moment. Let me just double check that my beak dogs are getting slaughtered. You can call them whatever you want, just don't make it weird. Within reason. For obvious reasons. We shall feast on the beaks. I'm going to just state this one more time. I will not be renaming every single non-believer dwarf, because that's just way too much typing. I've spent an hour. You can't wait to see how that happened? So we stole them from the goblins. This is how that happened. Grandpa, that's also a named dwarf who I should check. Is a former member of the Lined Coven. So, Grandpa is a servant of Yugath. And also has a hunting dragon assigned to him. Which is probably following him. Yep. Heck yeah, Grandpa. I think so. Ranger Rick? It's certainly annoying. If it's not a bug, it's an annoying choice. Wants to cause trouble and help somebody. So that means Grandpa can have a bedroom. Although he already has one. What's Bonesaw worship? Former member. That's a location. The Savage Ripe Hames. I always read that word as hams initially. We don't have a dragon. We have more than 10. We have a few. We have a page and a bit of dragons. I have enough dragons that I could actually slaughter them for food. Actually, I'm curious. How many dragon eggs do I have? I've got 6 cave dragon eggs. Look at that. Grandpa can probably use another bedroom. What, for his dragon? Okay, so I've got 8, 16, 24, 32. Let's... Or 8, 16. Okay, so 16... Iron statue. Let's just say make 20 iron statues. Yuga is most often takes the form of a skeletal female dwarf and is associated with deformity, disease, blight, and death. Spicy omelets, I'm in. Grandpa sounds like he has 2 families. Oh, he certainly does. He certainly does. I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of feel bad, but I'm gonna try and set this up in a way where, unless they're nobles, I'm not gonna directly do mean things to named dwarves, unless it's like a really good, like, how do I put this? Unless it's a really good moment in, how do I explain this? But like a really good story moment, right? Story beat, yeah. Like if somebody starts tantruming, that would be a reason to do something like that. Oh no. Yoshi. So that's me saying Yoshi. Thanks, Diamond. I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but something probably. It's almost as good as me saying. Nani? Okay, so I'm just going to go here and slaughter all animals I don't actually need, because there's a lot of them. Remember, we are still raising elephants. The elephants. That was the original theme of the fortress. Don't really need a stray duck. We'll keep the hen. And I've got hunting dragons here. So let's give out some dragons, shall we? So the way I'm working the dragons, female dragons. The female dragons are assigned to dwarves who live in the fort, and the war dragons are assigned to military dwarves. And the female dragons are trained as hunting dragons, and the war dragons are only male dragons. How old is the fort? Year 6. I think I just gave that to a military dwarf, but that's okay. Captain of the Guard, you can get 3. Yeah, I guess I just answered your question. If I don't get this exactly right, that's fine. Let's give Stone Grip one, because he doesn't have one yet. Okay. Indiridius. It's a member of the Doctrine of Breaches. Kyo is a member of the Cult of Seals, which also is the wrong religion. Okay, so next thing I need to do is I need to check the burrows. Burrow is currently off. We are building the front door area, right? So this front door area is going to be all spikes in here, and this up here is going to be a upper layer for, you know, dwarves to, how do I word this? Shoot bolts down is what this is intended for. So we are currently building battlements and all of that goodness, and we're going to do the same on the other side as well as the front here. So essentially this is going to be a volley of bolts when you enter in, and then down here this is going to be a spike field. So I can just start building upright spikes. These upright spikes are going to, you know, do this. Done. So I can just very easily just be like, upright spike. Use closest material. Done. Although I think that's just a singular spike, so I guess I should do this. Spikes are a little tedious to do still. Oh, you know what I could do? I could remove all of the Yugath disciples and servants from corpse hauling. That's something I could do. Or just like hauling in general. Like that's a peasant's task. Wouldn't they want to haul corpses? Why would you want to get your hands dirty? Too busy being a servant of a god. How about construction? I think I also need to remove the population cap, because currently we're at the population cap, so I'm also going to bump that up in a second. Because we need more disciples, damn it. Okay, you here, let's go up. Settings, game, scroll down. Population cap's now 200, and we'll say 250. Strict population cap. Disease, deformity, blight, and death. Death, disease, blight, and deformity. Is what the god worships, or is what they worship. Oh, right, yeah, I stole a claystone table, didn't I? Speaking of which, some other Ds on your grinder profile. Okay, so meanwhile, the Bloody Tusks, which is this squad, Indiridius is the only dwarf that hasn't left yet. They're going to go raise a location. They're going to go raise release hexes because the wars have begun. The wars have begun. So Indiridius, you have a second dwarf. In fact, you have two dwarves. We need to talk about one of your dwarves. This is your other dwarf. Member of the Doctrine of Fortresses. And then this one is a member of the Lion Coven. Which one would you like to have unnamed? And would you like to gift it to somebody, or would you like to just have them unnamed and go back to their normal name? I like how he's worried. Like it's fitting. It's not a race war. And if you make it weird, we're gonna have a problem. Didn't JJ want it? I think JJ wanted it, yeah. But I'm asking Indiridius what they want to do with it. If they're okay with me giving it to someone else, then okay, we'll give it to JJ then. We will credit it to JJ, unless JJ doesn't want it. Is JJ still here? It's multi-resident tombs. You want to make a proper catacombs? Yeah, Tarn's talked about that a couple times. Did you redeem a dwarf? Yes, you did. I know I haven't named it, but we'll give this one to JJ and we'll read it later when JJ's around. So you redeemed a dwarf, and you did not get one, and because we were going through all the naming of this stuff. Do you want a disciple of Yugath, or do you want to be a heretic peasant? And also another dwarf is available to redeem. Somebody else could do it. Because that was like an hour ago. All right, well, you can select from the list. So servants don't worship the god, but are related to or are considered honorary disciples. And everybody else is a disciple who worships. Very happy little dwarf. Novice Marksdorf, too, is a member of the Reign of Tusks. Semtex Agon is not anxious but agile and overshares. Is a member of the Dead Communion and worships the Holy Yugath. She has an incredibly calm demeanor, and after seeing a goblin's dead body in 369, and she is not a private person and freely shares details of her life. She rarely feels discouraged, and she prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. She is trusting and somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She isn't particularly interested in what others think of her. She has little interest in joking around. She is quite polite, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. I have a really dumb idea of how I could build a prison chat. Instead of making cells, it's just a circle of statues. So they're just stuck inside of a circle of statues of the god. It's like, you must believe. And they'll probably like it too. That's the funny thing. Personally values self-control, respects the law, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes lead and jasper opal, leopard seal leather, coral cotton fabric in the color pumpkin, amulets and crutches, and pangolins for their overlapping seals. And the sound of the wealthy vines, and when possible prefers to consume rhubarbs and sweet potato wine. And oat flour, and absolutely hates purring maggots. I don't have platinum, but I do have silver and lead. Is a passing acquaintance with many people. 60 nice years old and wants to be with friends. And also, chat, I'm going to do something that I almost never do. Because it's up and nobody claimed it, I'm giving a dwarf to V in the YouTube chat because they're here so much. V, what kind of dwarf would you like? Meanwhile, Simtexagon over here is wearing silk, full clothing of silk, and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Can't actually remember if I read your personality, so I'll read it again. Has an incredibly calm demeanor, is not a private person, and freely shares details of her life. She rarely feels discouraged and prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Is curious and eager to learn, and she is fearful in the face of imminent danger, not particularly interested in what others think of her, and has little interest in joking around and is quite polite. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. What dwarves are available? Well, we've got dwarves that are cultists, we've got miners, we've got hunters, we've got metalsmiths and blacksmiths and other things. It depends on whether or not you want to be a member of the glorious disciples or not, I suppose. To add a really nice chapel? Well, what I was thinking, suited, is we should start building a public, anybody can visit, outdoor chapel to this god so that we get disciples coming. But the one in the fortress, I want to kind of leave it the way it is, but I will expand it. I will make it bigger. But I think that we should make a public one that's outdoors only. Because, like, you know, it's the god of disease and death and deformity. Like, if somebody kills them all, well, that's a shame. Anyways, kind of deal. How are the analytics for that highly edited video? They're doing quite well and going up, which is what they need to do. Here, I'll show you the view graph. Right here. Pretty good. Like, you know, it dropped down and then it went back up. It needs to start doing that. That means it's taking off, basically. If it starts doing that. But it needs to go up and down like this consistently. Get featured and then unfeatured, and then featured and then unfeatured. And if it does that for a while, that's really good. If it only does that once, that's pretty good. But the fact that it did that once is a good sign. But I'll be looking into it more later. You're a non-believer. Okay, so you want a non-believer and you want a hunter. Do you want a beard or no beard? Because if you want a beard, I could give you the animal trainer, and because I can give any of these dwarves just like hunting as a job. So we could go with the trapper if you want a beard. We could go with Atir if you want a beard. Or I could go with Ast or Suxul or a Stodir if you want to be a zealot. But I'll give you hunting as a job. Children of the Atom. Ooh. It's good vibes if you ask me. Greetings from Canada. Olan is the one you want. Olan the Trapper. We'll give you hunting. Just double checking. You're a member of the Line Coven, so you're a non-believer. V. And just because I'm building a cult doesn't necessarily mean the cult's gonna win, right? That's the thing we need to remember here. It's a fun theme, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they will win. You do actually have modest quarters, so we need to look into that. You're friends with a bunch of dwarves. That's interesting, including some disciples. Would you look at that? V here lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He tends to do things correctly each time, and he is quick to anger. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he is nervous, and he is slow to trust others. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Picking up a bunch of arrows, looks like. He quite often tells pointless stories when he's bored. He scratches his ear when he's thinking, and he inhales sharply when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and is getting used to tragedy. He personally sees competition as reasonably important, finds artwork boring, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And he likes alunite and bronze and black zircon and moose leather and jaguar parchment and the color vermilion. There's a bunch of miasma up there. The color vermilion. And prefers to consume lizard pendant amaranth beer and detests lizards. He is a militia dwarf of the Trampled Machine. Which squad are you in? You're in the Reign of Tusks, so you are actually fitting as a hunter because you're already in the Marksdwarf squad, so that's good. You have quite a few friends in the fortress, I gotta say. And a human caravan has arrived. I'm trying to decide where to build a big outdoor chapel. I mean, I could just put it on the top of the volcano. I mean, that would be the most thematic. Like maybe flatten down this tiny little thing and make it like hang over the edge of the volcano. That'd be pretty rad. With drawbridges? Of course! Of course. What else? What else would we put there? Safe, stable floors? Pfft. Come on. Please. Are there any other good alternatives? I mean, there's this alternate peak over here. But I think Volcano cooler. I mean, come on. We're making a temple to the god of death. If we don't put it over top of a volcano, we fucked up. All right. If it was what dropping in what the whole temple dropping into a volcano? If we're gonna drop a temple into the volcano, it's a Lion Coven temple. Like if we're going to drop a temple, like the whole temple, into a volcano, it would have to be a temple that isn't the one that we're pointing the whole fort at, right? Like my idea for a temple over the top of the volcano up here is that it would be public, so visitors could come use it. So if a were creature outbreak happens, then I can just drop it into the volcano. Probably, but I think that's less cooler. Less cooler, less cool. Maz. Also, I'm saying put it above a volcano is like kind of more of a practical thing because public things tend to be full of zombies and other unpleasantries. I've got a bit of a tummy ache. It's unpleasant. But I think the biggest thing I need to focus on right now is this. We need to be building spikes. And so thus I have to click this button a lot. Because the use nearest material only allows for 1 spike per, and I want 10 spikes per. And then collapse it into a thing while praying. Maybe that could be the finale of the fortress, you know, like build 4 temples or something. Also, one of the reasons I selected this fort is when I'm deciding where to embark, I use DF hack to reveal all, and then that's how I decided this is one of the locations. And the reason I decided this is one of the locations is pretty simple, but there's going to be some pretty big spoilers in this sentence, so just bear with me. Just let me place one more of these. Now, you'll notice this map starts on layer 47. That's where we embark to. If I go up, it goes up to layer 79. If we go down, it goes down to layer 58. However, minus 58 rather. However, hell starts at like minus layer 12. So it is the deepest underworld I've literally ever seen ever. Which means an extremely deep magma sea. So because of this, like I could show you guys too if you want, but like I could reveal all and then unreveal. But essentially, that's why I embarked here, is because of how deep hell is. And to me, that's real cool. No, that's not how spikes work, enemy. Weapon traps are triggered when bad things step on them. Upright spikes are triggered by a pressure plate or a lever. I'm going to use a minecart. So let's follow somebody. See how our disciple of Yugath over here is doing. Do I have totems lying around? Just any totems? I have a named totem. Oh, right. Yeah, that's a symbol of somebody, isn't it? Wasn't it the... It was the captain of the... Or, it was somebody. It was the... It's the manager's icon. Okay. You always use weapon traps, not spike traps? I mean, you can put spikes in weapon traps. The difference between spikes, like upright spikes and weapon traps, is weapon traps don't have to be activated, but they can jam, whereas weapon traps can't jam. Or whereas upright spikes can't jam, basically. So because there's no risk of them jamming, they are a lower risk item to use. This was going to become an extension of my kitchen, so we should also do that. They both make jam? Sure, yes. I would accept that as a statement. Pink? Also, the humans have arrived and are here to trade. I do actually have a lot of clothing lying around, so we're going to sell them clothing. Like, kind of a lot of used clothing lying around. Doop, doop. Okay. Let's say footwear. Most of these socks are good. Some of them are even, like, encrusted with gems. Handwear. You know, we'll just sell all these. It's fine. Pants. Everything but the greaves. Keep the quivers. I can sell the extra nest boxes. And we'll keep those. Yeah, I think glass traps are like one of the highest chance to break. Yes, Calm Dragon. Generally, I play vanilla Dwarf Fortress without mods. Mods just add variety. They don't actually add a lot of new gameplay to Dwarf Fortress, so I don't find it to be particularly necessary or something that I'm attracted to when playing this game. I do like overhaul mods, though, but I play them very sparingly and infrequently. I have to get bored to want mods, and oddly enough, I've never gotten bored of this game. What was I looking for? I was looking for a particular menu. Right. Creatures. Pets in this cage. What do they have? Chat, they brought a grizzly bear. Dwarves these days just aren't as strong. I mean, they can still fall like 100 Z levels and like... Uh-oh, I think we actually lost a dwarf in battle. Some migrants have arrived. All right, so now begins the religion check. Former member of the intricate sect worships Keshes, so this would be a servant of Yugath. This dwarf is a member of the Order of Bristles. This one's a member of the Lined Coven. It's the fun thing is because about this kind of thing is whenever I do a religion focus for it, I never pick the most popular religion. But considering dwarves can still use, like, their knees in leg armor to, like, cushion a fall of, like, 100 Z levels and not take damage when they land, I would argue that they can kind of still parry the world with the right clothing on. They just can't do it with the pickaxe, you know? And we're literally just waiting. There we go. Okay. So they brought iron. I'm buying that grizzly bear. Should buy some puzzle boxes for the kids. They're not super expensive. I'm in an ad break. Chat, I'm in an ad break. I will be right back. I'm gonna go use the toilet. Wait.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel. Heal, damn it!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut? NANI?!
Over here, he has a sword!
Blah, blah, blah. It's already been clipped and sampled, me saying Yoshi. So, there's that. Because as people on this stream may know, I'm pretty good at saying Yoshi and also pretty good at saying which is Yoshi dying. Okay, so there's an iron whip. I'm gonna take that. What else did they bring? Ooh, a mall. Everybody knows that malls are dead, though. Scrolling down. I'm gonna buy cheese because I'm too lazy to make it myself. And I'll buy those splints and crutches because, again, I'm too lazy to make them myself. And you know what? Ladle and mortar. I'm gonna buy both of those, even though those are not usable in Fortress mode at all. Mark all of this. We got lots of value to trade for. I'm gonna buy the paper because I'm kind of lazy. I will make paper, though. That is in my plans. And you know what? Let's buy some food variety because dwarves like food variety. Is there chiz? We could also buy chiz. Yes, we're buying the cheese. Let's buy meat variety, veggie variety, and berries as well, even though I could just harvest them. Chains, just ropes. And I'll also buy some of the cut gems. And let's say, buy this, okay, there we go. So we've now gotten it down to a value that we can work with and sell. They say, ah, wonderful, thank you for your business. Clipped, edited, and exported. Yes, there you go. I mean, for reality, in reality here, chat, let's see if it, if Google can find this. There you go. This is a game that I've been keeping an eye on. This is not a game that's out, by the way. This right here. This is a game that I've been keeping an eye on. And It's very unfinished. There's no publicly playable portions of it anywhere. It's just a developer with a very small YouTube channel making videos about this game. Okay? And, or talking about it, basically. A lot of them barely even include gameplay. It's just like him talking about his behind-the-scenes code. It's an ASCII terminal run cult building simulator. So think like Warsim, but you're making a cult. And some very Dwarf Fortress inspired world gen stuff and moving around in an overworld map and like 4X strategy shit. And yeah, I do want. So if you want to like support and follow a game on itch, or just like go watch his videos about it, go check this thing out, because this might be a thing that I'm into. You sent me a short that I should check out in oh boy, what'd you do? Damn it, we're doing it. Like we are going to stream the entirety of Doom 2016, starting on my 666th stream. And then somebody in my chat pipes up says, I'll have to unsubscribe and stop supporting you then. To which I retorted, what? Why? It's Doom. And they're like, hold on, let me just turn down the volume of the dwarfs. People who play first-person shooters are often violent and bad people. I was like, I beg your pardon? Doom? They're like, if you seek out that kind of violence as entertainment, that means you're more likely to do it in real life. And I can't support that. To which point we all started like hysterically laughing because we thought that this person was joking. And no, they were not. This is true. They were not. A bit long for a short. Damn it, we're doing it. Like we are going. A bit long for a short, but you know, I could trim it. Here's the thing. You don't have to speak English as long as, like, you're not being rude. I don't actually have strict language rules in my chat. But if I can't understand it, I'm going to put you under scrutiny and might Google Translate things you're saying. So, there's that. The flicker at the top, that's OBS. I don't know what it's full screen video in OBS. This is my default assumption. I blame Linux. I think that's a fair assumption. Ever since I've played Doom, I've killed every zombie, imp, and demon I've seen. I blame the... I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I saw a zombie, imp, or demon in real life, I would be very concerned. More than anything. Like, I wouldn't try to kill it. I would run away. So one dwarf has returned from that siege. Lead did. They are no longer a part of the squad. Do you leave again? If I put you back into the squad? Yes, you do. So are you the reason they haven't returned yet? Tisk. Said something in Portuguese the other day, and it made perfect sense, and the person I said it to understood it, but Google Translate translated it as, it takes the square and stops it. Okay. Okay, so I'm also, another thing that I'm working on is over here. I'm working on prison and Captain of the Guard's quarters, and probably also the hammerer's quarters. So I'm gonna build stairs up here, and we'll just make those out of microcline, and stairs up here, we'll make those out of microcline, and the stairs can lead up to the captain's quarters, and this lower layer can be the prison. That's how I think we're going to do this. Let's go with quartzite. Why not? I like quartzite. Quartzite's fun. There's going to be a lot of construction happening in the next little bit. Meanwhile, these traps, these things take so freaking long to finish. Actually, what I should really do is just go like right here and just put a stockpile here for them. So let's just call these spikes. Weapons and weapon traps, trap components, menacing spike. Any metal and any quality. You can't have artifact spikes? No, I mean, you can't. Why is it not listed by artifact there? That's a little bizarre. Yeah, I've also had moods make trap components. I'm just kind of perplexed as to why I can't filter them out. All right, now they've returned. Okay, I was getting worried about that faction, but... So their attempt to raise that location, release hexes. They run north. Yeah, there's also... That's kind of wild that it doesn't... The Iron of Power attacked the Dungeon of Frying at the Deceiver of Depressions at release hexes. The dwarf Neezer Channel Fasten led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human Questra Grey Princes, the Snarling Charcoal. Does anybody happen to have the save open for this? And you want to look that guy up in Legends? Questra Grey Princes, the Snarling Charcoal. The human Questra outmatched the dwarf Neezer with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage in release hexes. The dwarf Indiridius was struck down. Sorry, Indiridius. Sorry, this is just really funny because of the discussion we had earlier. I mean, that's what you get for not being a believer, mate. Like... Oy vey. A lot of duels where they escaped unscathed. The human was actually struck down by a cave dragon named Reg. A goblin was struck down by a cave dragon, Cole. A goblin was struck down by a cave dragon, Maffle. And the trampled machine looted treasure from release hexes and rampaged throughout release hexes. It was obviously a setup. Clearly it was a setup. It has to have been a setup. So let's see what they stole. Bunch of random crap, including a table. So let's send them back out to go attack something else. That's what we attacked, by the way. The Goblin Pit of Release Hexes. I think we're going to attempt to erase them again because we killed the person in charge. And Neezer here has killed one notable kill so far. But it seems like most of their dragons is what did all of the work here. Uniform, not that. Work animals. So you are going to get an additional war dragon, because I have an additional one. So good luck. Granite earring sounds heavy. I'm sure you can buy a granite earring in real life. That has to exist. Aban up here is very slowly working out through here. And down here, let's just double check. This whole area is coming along nicely, but I do need to fix some bits of it and also do flooring. All right. How to get rock eggs fertile in adventure mode. I don't think you can. You don't have to be fast, you just have to be faster than Indiridius. Yeah. Death cannot claim me. You'll have another opportunity. I'm sure. That's just very funny, though. Like, I feel bad for laughing at that one, I'm not gonna lie. But that is very funny. Like, very, very, very funny. Dwarf is hauling a rope reed sock. This weapon is super goddamn cool, though. This is a lead warhammer. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of fungi wood and menaces with spikes of lead and magnetite. On the item is an image of a macadamia trees in leather. And, for some reason, I thought that Neezer was part of the other religion. So you're actually a servant, not a disciple. Unless we want to call them an honorary disciple, because we've already dedicated so much to them. Old School RuneScape Poster, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. It's as good as... It's slightly less good than Platinum. Is slightly less good than Platinum. Also, Confused Boot is still a funny last name to me. Very funny last name. So in my kitchens, I have some decorations that I want to place around. And up here is going to be an extension to the kitchens. Although I might just move all of the butchers up here. The world save is in the description of the video that I uploaded about the last big fort. Is what I'll say. Oh, shit. This shouldn't have bins in it at all. 0. Yes. What's in this bin? Clothing, mostly. Let's just say dump the bin. And this can be a garbage dump. And same with that. That also needs to be dumped. And then this right here. Yeah, no bins. Or at least the world save is. This fortress save isn't available anywhere, I don't think. But there is the save there is from right before this map started, so. I mean, certainly lead would affect that, but Dwarf Fortress isn't 100% scientifically accurate. It gets a lot of things right, but it's not perfect. And I think that that's an important thing to remember. It's like, certainly, it's got a lot of things that are interesting about it that are quite accurate, but it's not, like, a perfect science, if you will. So this is where we've been stealing livestock from. So I'm going to send the Ivory Priest by themselves, I think, and they are going to go take important treasures from this location. The Ivory Priest is run by Alien Slayer, who is a former member of the Rooms of Sacrifice, and not a member of any religion. So they're going to go try and steal us some more dragons. And for the kitchens that I was talking about, once these get plopped, I bought some things which I think are kind of fun. They're all adventure mode items, but there's a carving fork, a ladle, yes, an iron ladle, and this one is going to become a spot for that pestle. Or that mortar I have, rather. Mortar and pestle, but it's just the bowl bit. We're gonna make some more pedestals. Rock pedestals? Rock pedestals. Rock pedestals. Let's just make 10. God, this is gonna be such a slow job. We're almost there, though, for some of these. What's the difference between regular elf kills and notable ones? A kill is notable if it's a named entity that has done something notable in the game's history. That's when it becomes a notable kill. Got the shorts playing on your screen, and occasionally you look at it and giggle. Just note that it does stop. It counts your view time, but it only counts for the one, like, view, if that makes sense. I don't know. But it only counts you as the singular view. That's all I do know. Okay, and then this dwarf's just out here vomiting. Makes sense for a Line Coven member. Like, I do appreciate that. Like, it means a lot. But just realize that it's not like... YouTube is smarter than they pretend to be, I guess. There is no, like, infinite money button for shorts. Okay, so this over here is dug through. These can be unsuspended. That can go over to there. Maybe not all the way up to this line. We'll just send them up to here for right now, and then I'll just build across there. I mean, yes, definitely, but it doesn't count as views at a point. Glass half empty down here is doing an individual combat drill. He wants to cause trouble and prey. Okay, another thing I should check is up here. The elephant tender. Heading off to raid Seduce Deep. It's literally just Suxul that still needs to leave the map. Now, Suxul here is a member of the Cult of Manges, which is the correct god. Good luck there, Dwarf. So if you watch the video again after a certain time period, it will count again, but you could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube is black magic. Don't worry about it too much. Watch the short once or twice, and then, like, leave a like on it, and that's the most I can say. Do that, and we Gucci. It's all I can really ask for. The Walled Creed also worships Synod. Storefall actually really wants martial training. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Dreams of raising a family. Personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly and respects fairness. You can see this dwarf becoming a military dwarf. Atir, the animal trainer. We have so much beak dog meat. Good God. Nope, I do not. I do not like TikTok very much. So I do not post my stuff to TikTok. Replace the dead guy? What, in this squad? I want them to train a little bit first. Like, I want them to have the opportunity to get some training in before I start, you know, throwing new people into the meat grinder, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I have a weird relationship with TikTok. I don't like what YouTube is doing with... I tolerate what YouTube is doing because YouTube is a good video platform. TikTok really isn't a video platform. It's a social media platform. So TikTok just kind of arbitrarily decides what's going to be popular this week. And then you have to play into their idea of what they accept as popular for that week to do well, and I'm not a big fan of that. Like, that's just stressful to me. It's like, would it be good for my channel? Probably. I just have a hard time doing that, I guess. It's more than enough meat from stolen livestock. Yeah, it's hard to get rid of named animals, though. All right. That'll be good. And then I can fortify the middle of this. Okay. I have to be really careful about building these spikes. I shouldn't build spikes until this stockpile is full of them, basically. But you don't use YouTube Shorts at all? I mean, TikTok is designed very much from the ground up to be addictive, so it makes sense that you would like TikTok. I have a hard time with Shorts already, so, you know. And I also don't like overusing my phone. I really hate being part of doom scrolling, I guess. And that's what social media is really bad for. It's the same reason I don't have Instagram, right? Read After Tyranny. We should probably read before. It's not a how-to guide there, Dwarf. It's an essay entitled After Tyranny, written by Fail Lilithlu. It concerns the worthlessness of power. The writing could only have been produced by a merciful spirit. It's not awful, but not very good either. Because not many people have access to it. All mind control. I do, and I haven't interacted with them at all. Zero interest. Zero interest whatsoever. Why are you naked there, Dwarf? YouTube has games. Yep. What's that on display right corner? The map or this? Like, it's either this or this. Because that's a mini map. That's the military screen. This is the dwarf that we're following. Unless you mean like, oh, the item on the item on the pedestal. It's probably a totem. This thing? This is a totem. So Indiridius, we've been over this before, I'm pretty sure. Sure. I'll refund that if you want. I do not name dwarves the day that they died. If you want to give a dwarf a different name, okay. But I will not give a dwarf the same name the day that they died. Let them be dead. Let other people have a chance. Don't be so selfish. Like, if I could just write a script or something that could stop people from doing that, that would be phenomenal. But allow other people to name dwarves. Like, this is the problem that I had with this system before, is that the same people would get it all the time. Let other people have it. I'm sorry, but I won't give it to you. You had 2 dwarves previously because you kept redeeming it. Give it to somebody else, or I'll refund it. It's your choice. But I'm not giving it to you. Didn't feel anything after seeing a muskox's dead body. Good. You should feel something. Or you shouldn't feel anything after seeing a muskox. It's just a muskox. I get it, Indiridius, but like we've talked. I've literally talked to you about this before. That's why I'm a little bit disappointed. You get to select who it goes to, though. I'm not gonna give it to anybody. Pick somebody. Come on, chat. Do you want a dwarf? Tell Indiridius why you should have a dwarf. Looks like we've got dwarves from the Bloody Tusks joining the fortress again. This one's been away from family for far too long. Far too long. Is a former member of their religion. I think this squad needs a break for a little bit. Let's see how that second raise attempt went. Wouldn't fire him, like, wouldn't you be like Bum Frost then instead of Bum Fire if you were cool? Trampled Machine looted treasure from release hexes and rampage throughout the location. So everybody there is dead. We could take it over now if we wanted. You have a good night, Poochie. Thanks for hanging out. So, chat, are we giving it to Bumfire? Is that what's happening? Got a cropper crossbow. Okay, well, that's enough to let these dwarves have a break, I think. Okay, so we're giving it to Bumfire. Bumfire, what kind of dwarf do you want? Do you have any preference? Beard or no beard? Servant or disciple? I mean, that's also kind of funny. You want to be in the bad religion. Okay, well, I'll call Greg whatever his last name is, and we'll play Atomic Garden. Any preference on whomst? I'll have to pick up your chainsaw from the shop? I mean, hey. Have fun. Greg Gaffin, that's his name. I always want to say Greg Kasavin, but that's the Supergiant Games / X GameSpot guy. Servant is fine. I mean, just which one? There's several options. Just pick one. One that isn't already named, like Bonesar Ilmirin. Do you want this one? The real pissy one? Stintad? Really? He Angie, though. Like, you sure? Eh? He is sometimes cruel, and he is swayed by emotional appeals. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he isn't ambitious. He is given to flights of fancy, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he often feels envious of others. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tries to keep things orderly. Does not easily fall in love, and has a greedy streak, and he tends to be stubborn in changing his mind about things. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He greets others very loudly and needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally dislikes cooperation, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and values independence. You're angry? Well, currently you're actually euphoric due to inebriation. And you are standing on top of a stray beak dog nervous tissue. So, certainly not a brave tissue. But the fact that you're impervious to the effects of stress... no, that's the wrong one. The fact that you're sometimes cruel suits you, though. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally dislikes cooperation, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and values independence. He likes pyrolusite, zinc, and milk quartz, pig hoof and weapon racks, and the diamonds of depth and the sight of the couple of bewildering and when possible prefers to consume giant hornbill, artichoke wine, and hard wheat seeds, and tomatillos, and absolutely hates mussels. Chat, can I get a round of beers from the new Dwarf? The new Dwarf. The Guild of Bucks is a member that you're a part of, which is the Rangers Guild, which is funny because they haven't demanded anything yet. The Guild of Bucks. I guess they shoot deer. But apparently we have a Rangers Guild? The other squatty ain't back yet, but they appear to have lost somebody, so that's not good. Okay, so this up here is going to be a office dining room. This is going to be for the captain of the guard. And then down here, this will be the prison. Which I need to make chains for. And this prison is going to be full of ropes and chains, I think. Except I want better chains. So what bars do I have currently? 71 iron. Let's do silver. Ooh, lead chains or silver chains, chat, for the prison? Lead chains or silver chains? Lead is heavier. Lead's pretty overwhelming. Okay, let's do... So I need 1 per 10 dwarves. So let's do 20 chains. Stop making ash, I think. Melt metal object. Yep. Unpause this. Oh. Okay. And I also need to go mine more ore. It's definitely something else I need to do. This is all what? Magnetite, magnetite, magnetite. We'll mine all these. So all of these spikes pretty much are done except for the ones that got suspended. Solid lead is not really dangerous. I mean, certainly no leaded paint, but you don't want to be around it a whole bunch. Don't want those spikes to be in here if they are, which they probably are. And weaponsmith withdraws from society. We've got a artifact starting. Strange mood. Who's currently dizzy. Is there a member of the wrong religion? That's for sure. I'm happy to help, Zombie Mike. It's unfortunately still a very difficult game to get into. As much as I wish it was easier to get into, it is still a very difficult game to get into. Tetra lead gasoline. Just like the taste. I'm sure you could mod that in. I mean, Dwarf Fortress does have mineable uranium. You just can't refine it. I also need to hack down these 2 trees over here. It's dust or chips that are eaten? Certainly. Which is why you don't want to be around it. I guess I'll say this. Lead isn't super dangerous, asterisk. Okay, so we went and raided Seduce Deep again. This is the one with all the livestock. It's also basically empty. It's where we got the dragons from. They slipped into Seduce Deep undetected by the Gilded Deceiver and stole livestock. Got 6 more cave dragons and some beak dogs. Now you can come back and start a new fort after a year of not playing and manage to not stumbling around. You know, it's funny because like I've seen people go back to / return to the classic versions, and they say if you learned it proficiently, it was like riding a bicycle where like after like 10 to 15 seconds you pick all the hotkeys back up. Like for me, playing old school Dwarf Fortress, when I go back, it takes me like maybe 10 minutes and then I'm back to it. Like, it's kind of like riding a bike for me because of how much I played of it, but I guess it depends on how much you played of it. All right, well, we got 3 more beak dogs. That's why there's so much rotten stuff over there, which I'm not going to slaughter right away, but if I go down to here, we have a bunch of strayed dragons again, so I will get them all training. And all of the male dragons will be war dragons, and all the female dragons will be hunting dragons, so war... Hunt, hunt, war, hunt. And the strange mood's still going. I beg your pardon, Cotton Paparo? Haven't heard, that's a name I have not heard in a long, long time. Never really retained the hotkeys to begin with. You always had to use a cheat sheet. Okay, yeah, no, I guess it depends on how much you've played at that point, right? Might be rough gems, actually. So, like, gems are, like, becoming an issue in this fort. I should probably unautomate cut gems. Let's just check something. Crust furniture, how about you? Polished stones. Do I have an automated cut gems job? I think I do. Oh, I don't. Okay. Well, regardless, I need gems, so let's go down. Well, there's some hematite ore, so I will auto-mine that on priority 2, but actually just looking for gems and can't find them. Oh, there's some. Kind of in an awkward spot, though. And there's some. So how about we do this? Would I just channel out all of this? Except I'm going to do this just on priority 1. Let's follow the artifact. Once this is found gems somewhere. You play sporadically, so you usually play a fort or 2 and then take a break. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But at least for me, because of the amount that I played of the older versions, it is like riding a bicycle. I can just go back without any real restriction, I suppose, is maybe an easy way to way of putting it. Oh, there's some right there. They'll get through this in no time, I think. Although I'm going to erase these 3 at the end here, because I don't really want anything caving in. Let's follow the strange mood. You can cheat sheet in Dwarf Fortress by modding the icons. Yeah, but they don't change if you rebind them, and I've rebound a lot of the keys, so... It's not the most helpful cheat sheet, as a section of Cavern has collapsed. Also, I have to say, holy crap. A lot of the dwarves in this fort are upset. What are we all upset about? I think I've just got dwarves working too hard, so maybe we need to have a bit of a festival. Because look at how many dwarves are, like, kind of pissed right now. I think it's time for break time. And also, you know, all of this crap needs to get dealt with. Let's pause the butchery of animals for a little bit. I'm going to go down to here. And I'm going to say, quit training, guys. Take a break. Take a break. Strange mood should be moving. Oh, there you go. Works secretly. Claimed 2 claro opals and round amethyst cabochons, as well as some cloth. And I have a petition for the Guild of Bucks, a Rangers Guild, which now requires a guild hall. The location must be built and furnished. Okay, that I can do. I'm thinking maybe we put it across the hallway from this area where the Mark Dwarves are training. And also, I'm just going to go to hunting, too, and just say, stop doing this for a bit, because I've got plenty of animal, and plenty of, like, food that we can just nom on. Yes, I could, in fact, put the Marksdwarf training area linked to the guild. I could do that. The weaponsmith has created Mot Feb, a lead spear, and offers it to the trampled machine. Well, thank you for your kind gift to our holy cause. So now the question is, what do I do with it? This is a lead spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of lead and amethyst and fungi wood. On the item is an image of Peaceful Curls, the Fist of Shade, the green glass floodgate in quartzite. That's definitely from Fire Orb. On the item is an image of a crescent moon in fungi wood. On the item is an image of Stockade Music, the sleek flowing metal rope mask in rope, the sleek flowing metal mask in rope reed. On the item is an image of tar controls, of Mopey tar controls. Tar controls is laboring. The artworks relates to the settling of the Mulmarian Mopey tar controls in the beloved Frost in 31. On the item is an image of a floodgate in Clara Opal. I think I'm going to swap it out with this crossbow and put that crossbow in there. Because this one is called Bothondigal. Oh, is it being moved? Yep, somebody's already picked it up. Because they are in need of some deformity? No, because I want to use it to keep the value of temples up. And you know, like I said earlier, Neezer, this is a slow descent into madness. If I just start, like, killing my own dwarves right now, is that really a slow descent into madness? Like, come on. Enjoy some pacing here. Okay, so there it is. It's Motfeb. It's like, well, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I do think we need a little bit of pacing here. Kill them slowly, Tender. Pretty much, yes. Okay, let's go up here. So we are going to get attacked at some point, right? So I do need to be prepped. Well, that's what we're working towards, right? No. Is being prepped for the inevitable time where I will have to fight things again. Okay. The question is, Chad, who do we want to follow right now? While all of this construction stuff gets finished up. Because we're in the late summer, maybe we have a fall festival this year to celebrate the rise of the wondrous Yugath. Yeah, and hopefully sort out these moods a little bit so we can actually finish building what I'm trying to build. Those are the two named non-dwarf named dwarves. Grandpa's currently returning a mangled muskox corpse. Actually, that's not true. I don't have any church performers. I'm going to make my mayor into a church performer. That makes some sense. I'm going to go conduct a meeting. It's with no, not with Grandpa. I'm curious about who the meeting is with. It's definitely not with their pet dragon. Feels empathy while being cried on by an unhappy citizen. Doesn't have to feel anything after conducting a meeting in a good setting, though. I think we should start distributing the statues of the god, though. So let's go into here. Iron statue suite. Doop, doop, doop. Doop, doop. And let's say doop, doop. And maybe like here and here. And what if like there and there? And we could go over here and put like one here and one here. We could put one here and one here and one here. And we could go down to here and we could plop one there and there and there. And that's everything. This dwarf's also getting cried on a lot by unhappy citizens. The elephant tender. I think maybe what I should do is just check the jobs list and just see how many jobs are currently happening. It's a lot of construction stuff, a lot of blocks. I'm just going to pause all of the blocks. I think is something I'm going to do. There's going to be a lot of hauling jobs for a little bit. I think clothing is good for this exact moment. I think I can stop decorating with bone. I will finish making those pedestals, though. Yeah, we're just going to pause a lot of jobs for a little bit, because I do want to give these dwarves a little bit of a break. I do have a dwarf over here doing archery practice, which is Etur. He's a member of the intricate sect, worshipping Keshes. And we actually have two guilds requested right now. We got the Guild of Bucks and the Guild of Islands, chat. So the Guild of Bucks is the first one that requested, which is for rangers, and the Guild of Islands is for farmers. I have an idea of where I could put that too. And of course, open to ideas and suggestions, and anything that you can do to keep the chat moving, especially on a Friday, is greatly appreciated. Fridays are kind of the quiet day of the week for my streams, generally, so I do appreciate anything that keeps the chat active. Let's just do Dayside across. And I think for this room, it's just going to be kind of a 2-layer high area as well. And if I need to make it larger, I can do that pretty easily. Build it on an island. I mean, I'm gonna put it in front of the farms, I think, is likely what I'm gonna do. I don't really have an island to build it on. But I can certainly put it next to the farms and incorporate the farms into it. You're half asleep and chilled, Dulkin? I mean, that's a pretty good way to spend your day. Oh, Stormgate's in early access, apparently. It's definitely not a Blizzard RTS game. Wonder how that game is. I only know because I was sent an email about it this morning. It's got mixed reviews. Oh, that sucks. For those of you who don't know what Stormgate is, this is Stormgate. It's definitely not StarCraft. But apparently it's got mixed reviews, which is unfortunate. Too early. Oh no. It's unfortunate. I'm hoping the best for all of these new RTS alternatives. Whoopsies. Somehow I just lost my scene with camera. Where the heck did it go? Did I somehow accidentally... Can I undo? Somehow I just lost my scene on Twitch, on on here with my face cam on it. That's odd. How did I manage that? I've never had a source, a scene on OBS just vanish before. Well, I mean... That's bizarre. First time that's happened. Bizarre. That's a new one. It's never happened before. Excellent. Strixa, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Can I get a round of beers, chat? For that second month resub. That means the first one wasn't a mistake. All right. That means these squads are just going to go to no orders. I'm going to go into here. I'm going to turn the burrow back on. And we're going to see who this lad is. They do have a spouse. Some of the names of this game, chat. The Doom of Appearing. Doom appears. Everybody, shock emoji. You've never committed to anything this long? I've had a number of people tell me that their substreaks are longer than their longest relationship, which I've been streaming longer than my longest relationship. I don't know if that counts. Well, that's mildly terrifying. But we'll see. So that person just immediately leaves. They must have been the scout. And it appears that it's just a bunch of Mark Scobs. And I'm in an ad break. So what I'm going to do during that ad break is I'm going to go to here. I'm just going to go lock the back door real quick. And I'm going to go to here. And I'm going to say, hey, Reign of Tusks, go stand right there. And to these two squads, you go stand right there. Well, maybe right there. And they're just going to come running down from up here, probably, right? Yeah, there they are. So we'll just wait until that ad is done. The thing is, this isn't the first siege. This is actually the third siege, V. And it's not the 20-something pit. It's just that faction, right? There's a 10,000-something. So we've been attacking a 20-something pit and a 70-something fortress to get the dragons. There's multiple 10,000-something fortresses in the same vicinity on part of the same faction. So Danilo, I answered this question already once. You can't do that. You can't make rock eggs fertile in adventure mode. And mode is spelled with an E, not M-O-D. It's not a mod. It is a mode. Nightmare Jail. What a name. So the dwarves are all picking up equipment as quickly as possible. This dwarf just straight up looks like Jesus. Wow, they got there way quicker than we did. I think I'll have to lock the door. Tell these squads to go right here instead of running outside naked. There's a Snatcher, which they've spotted. Etur the Hammer Dwarf. Hasn't done anything since bashing them in the head, but that was a while ago. You guys have bolts? Yes, you do. So do you. So they are shooting bolts at this goblin. I don't think they've hit him yet. Yep, they are shooting bolts. That is, in fact, the truth. I should also fortify this area, I think. V here has fired a bolt which actually struck a muskox. That was a while ago. And says, I've been out in the sunshine after a long time away. I feel much loathing. Yeah, he's just shot muskoxes. So they're too far away. Okay, noted. I need to set them up so that they can go to this side as well. All right, let's unlock the door. These dwarves, I think, have already beaten a goblin to death. Yeah, I think this goblin right here, Bax, appears to have vaulted the wall. It wasn't a great decision on behalf of Bax, I will say, but like, you know, we can begin removing it from them. Did they run off? They may have all, like, yep, they did in fact run off. Well, we killed one goblin, and I didn't even get to witness it. So, you know, Back to the normalcy, I suppose. Very small siege. Back to me slowly building a new zone over here. Slowly building a new guild. At least his body was dealt with and removed real quick. Enter the Hammer Dwarf. Hammer Dwarf appears. Although it just makes me think of Metallica, so I don't know. I was not a big fan of Metallica. I don't know how I feel about Enter the Hammer Dwarf specifically, but certainly could be worse names. That fight was over so quickly, I almost wonder if it ever really even began. So, chat, speaking of the true faith, do you guys have any plans for the weekend? Guys off to do anything interesting or fun? I don't know what my plans are for this weekend, aside from clean my apartment and weed my garden. And edit a bunch of shorts. And try and relax, because the video that I made has taken the wind out of me, and I need to break a little bit. Why? Hold on. Why are you making sacrifices to Yugath? I thought that you are resisting the religious takeover, being a religious leader from a different faction, after all. So the dwarves have arrived to trade, and I need to request elephants. I should. I've got an idea. I'm gonna open these up. I'm going to sell them some dragons. That's something I'm going to do. And I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go chains. Let's check justice. 20 of 10. So we do actually have enough chains. So the justice will be pleased. Up here, I can put some tables, of which I have one. And a throne, of which I have one. And no throne or table over there. And then here I'm going to go silver tables and silver throne. We'll do that. Silver table and silver throne. Make 10 of each. Yeah, I mean, it's had a fantastic response, Quiet Giant. And it's starting to, like, actually get recommended to new people now, which is good. Which means it's done well. Hopefully bike rides, but you're in Tampa, so inbound hurricane. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I'm just for those of you who are not in the Pacific West Coast, just cross your fingers for us that we don't get forest fired it out. Because that could very well happen. Jasper's on fire, and if Jasper catches fire, well, you know. Jasper could make our lives pretty crappy, to be honest. So first off, I'm going to bring over used clothing. They wanted seeds. I don't really want to sell them seeds. I mean, I could just sell this seed barrel. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Let's sell this seed barrel. And let's say, what else can we do? We're going to bring this finished goods bin, because I think it's just rings, right? Yep. Slot of rings. And let's bring... Oh, right. I was going to put that mortar on there, wasn't I? Mortar. And then once that cage is built right there, we're going to go here and say stray dragon. Let's sell 3 dragons to them. Also, good news, everyone. One of my elephants, the female one, has become an adult. Thumbs up. Hell yeah. That'll be a gift to our monarch when they arrive. Inevitably, of course. I don't sell prepared food. That's too easy. Why sell infinite regeneratable, like, stupidly overpowered items? It takes all of the nuance out of trading. Like, in my mind, why would you sell your food? It's going to go bad before they get home anyway. Finally drinks for her? Yes, the elephant can now drink. Probably not a wise idea, but... Some migrants have also arrived. Excellent. The vibe checks continue. Ooh, we are beginning to attract the good disciples. This dwarf has poor intuition, recovers slowly, and is impatient, but not dutiful. Hates vows, obligations, and promises, and other binding elements that could restrict his life. I mean, doesn't care about fairness. Large number of negative traits here. Skilled liar, conversationalist, and counselor. And is a poet. Of course. It's a weird dwarf. V, I'm gonna tell you this. I don't sell perishables in Dwarf Fortress, really. Unless they specifically demand them. Because it's too easy. This dwarf is not in a religion. So we'll say... You're a servant. This dwarf... Ooh, you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna remove your servancy. Because your husband, Esm Armcraft, worships the wrong god. Can't do. Also, I feel like I've seen the name Armcraft somewhere before. This dwarf worships the wrong god. This dwarf also worships the wrong god. Disdains martial prowess. Also worships the wrong god. Finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Cow calf. Eat that. Also worships Einod. Worships a different god, but still worships the wrong god. This is the god of fortresses and valor. The population continues to rise. And I'm going to just pop over here real quick. And because this is going to be... Okay, you know what? I will just automate this. Because this is going to be the Rangers Guild... I'm just going to make it into the Rangers Guild before I forget. And it's going to be a guild hall for Rangers, 13. And we'll just leave it for guild members only on this one. And its value is currently nothing. So it needs a significantly higher value. I will Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Don't have a huge number of any blocks, so we'll just do microcline. And then that crossbow is going to go in here. And this is going to be linked to the Hall of Beans. Chat room, they called it the Hall of Beans. We're not changing that, right? I mean, we are not changing that, right? That is the name that we are sticking with, yeah? It's the Hall of Beans. You know, cave dragons sell pretty well. I gotta say. I think we'll sell 2. Although it might be too heavy for them. The Rangers Guild is the Hall of Beans. Just waiting for this to get... Well, that's going to take a little bit. So let's go up to here and trade. Oh my god. Number 1, look at the weight of it. But number 2, look at the value of it. Holy shit. My Christ. I've never sold a cave dragon before, but that's one hell of a value kick. Let's buy their cut gems. We'll also buy their blocks. Also buy their raw glass. Buy all their... I need things that are heavy. Like, did they bring any cages? Okay, can I just, like, mark all? Wow. Okay, so it's still too heavy even if I mark all. Here, I'll show you. So, because of that, I don't think I can sell them the dragon. Because it's too heavy. Have you ever tried to carry a dragon? No? I mean... Alright, so I gotta remove some things. Which is unfortunate. I'll remove the large gems. The earring. These bolts are expensive. Don't need the buckler. Don't need no training spears. Don't need that. Don't need that. I'll keep that. Don't need that or that. It's also too heavy. Like... Let's just remove chains. But now they've got... Okay, now they've got too much profit. So... I just didn't realize I still had that checked. Okay, so let's unmark stones. Let's unmark some of the more expensive chains. Okay. And we'll trade. So I guess our main export once we like have a noble will be dragons. Because once they get wagons up here. You believe that that cage is not improved. I can tell you for fact that it is not, in fact, improved. No, it's just a normal-ass tower cap cage. I've never owned a cat. My ex used to have 2 cats, but that was back... she moved out in 2019 with her 2 cats. And the gray cat was my parents' cat who I would cat sit for. He was 22, and he passed away earlier this year. But I would cat sit him occasionally. But he had kitty dementia and, like, lots of arthritis problems, could barely jump, was very mangy by the end of it. But that cat killed a baby raccoon once, so as far as I'm concerned, that cat was a goddamn warrior and retired at the old age of 9 and then lived out the rest of his life in a small, like, suburban backyard and had a good time for the rest of his life. They're all about 200, so their weight doesn't vary, and I haven't had any baby dragons, so I can't try selling a baby one, because there are no baby ones. Let's do... What is it? Cage is the thing I need to type in. Okay. Am I still... Yeah, let's slaughter the extra beak dogs. Do not need those. Okay, this has still got to become the extension to the kitchen at some point, but currently isn't. Down here, I'm going to put a singular pedestal. Going to unforbid those construction jobs. Do you think it's possible to train up a single man or a squad of dwarves in DF to be legendary in all skills? When you say all skills, you mean literally every single skill in the game? Not without cheating. Because, like, there's skills that are, like, you know, lying, stringed instruments, you know, like counseling. Unless you mean combat skills. Sure, but yeah, that's possible. Theoretically, but ambushing and tactics are hard. Well, tactics specifically is hard to train. Yeah, it's theoretically possible. It certainly wouldn't be easy, though. Because I trained them as hunting or military and then assigned them as pets. Because when you have a trained dwarf, you can then... There's 2 ways to do this. You can go to, I think it's labor, work animals, and then you can just assign any stray dragon to this dwarf. So this is a military dwarf, so I will give them a stray war dragon. Now they're named and it's assigned to them. They're not claiming them manually. I'm manually assigning them. Or they're not automatically claiming them. I am manually assigning them. The button is like right here, basically. So if you scroll down, if you have this little icon right here, Stray War Dragon, you click that, and then you select the dwarf you want to assign it to. Or you can do it through the work animal screen. But they have to be either a hunting or a war-trained animal. And then the dwarf names it. Actually, I'll just smooth all this. But yeah, they get named. It's sort of like assigning an item to a noble. Why are you so pissed off? Suddenly, I'm just noticing that Ranger Rick is very angry. Apparently, he keeps getting into arguments with people. Huh. That's interesting. Diplomacy has arrived here in the Outpost Liaison. Aerith is here. They say there's much to share, and I'm going to scroll down to pets. It's like, where's the goddamn elephants that you have. God damn it. Just gonna ask for instruments. They want quivers. All right. And I'm gonna go over here. Actually, export of weapon racks is prohibited. Okay. Well, let's sell a few more things, and I'm gonna give them away as gifts. I think I will give them a gift of a barrel of wine. Why not? Never mind. Not a barrel of wine. What could I give you, though? We'll bring this goods bin over. We'll just see what we can give them. Okay, well, it looks like you have a plan for what to do in your next mega build. I'll say this. If, like, them getting rusty is a deciding factor, that would be exceptionally tedious and borderline impossible. If you're okay with them being rusty at a skill but be legendary in a skill, I wonder if the dwarf would even survive that mentally. I feel like they might just go insane. Okay, so we're just waiting for our broker to get here. I'm waiting for a cage to get here. Dragons are pretty rare in regards to, like, the mega creature style. Cave dragons are pretty common. I'm going to offer those as gifts. I wish I could give this to them as a gift, but I literally can't. It's because he's so heavy. I wonder if there's enough things I could buy from them that I could drop the weight down, but I doubt it. Maybe. Suddenly I'm getting hopeful. But it's still like 1,000 weight that I need to clear. I don't know why I'm trying this again. Didn't work the first time. Yeah, there's no way I'm clearing that weight. Anyway, I gave them a gift. That's all I needed to do. They'll bring caged elephants if they can carry them, which means they're too heavy, the caged elephants. Okay, so that's a guild hall that is satisfied now. I can make it look nicer, but that's that. The next one I need to do is the Farmer's Guild Hall, which I could just make this into. But I'm thinking the Farmer's Guild Hall goes up here. Question is how do I let them get up? Actually, we could use this stair. Maybe north. Actually, chat, what do you think? Should this be the Farmer's Guild Hall, or should this be the Farmer's Guild Hall? North or west, I guess. Yes, they get rusty at combat skills. That's one or the other, V. I'm not taking both as an option. Anybody else want to say? Is currently North is winning. North or west for the Farmers Guild? North? Okay. North it is. Because they have to be looking down upon, you know, their glorious guild. Can also move the farmer's workshop. And potentially oh no, the cooks need to be moved over here. This is another area that needs to be improved slowly. Are they just training around the clock? Because I get, like, here, let me see if I can find you one. Novice Hammer Dwarf, Rusty. Novice Armor User, Rusty. Novice Observer, Rusty. Adequate Discipline, Rusty. Competent Fighter. No, the reason I was asking for a direction is the other half is going to be the expansion for the temple that I'm going to build next. We're going to put 2 dining halls in it, among other things. Also, I'm in an ad, so I will pause. That's why I was asking for the direction, is because the other direction is going to be an extension on the this temple, which is the Dead Communion. So that's why I was asking. Oops. That is set to auto. Is rust a problem? It means they're rusty. What happens when you haven't done something in a while and you're rusty? Aroused after watching a performance. Uh-huh. The Holy Whip is aroused after watching a performance. Well, that's a concept. I will unpause game once this ad break that we are currently in is done. And also, actually, there's another place I need to put stuff into. It's over here. 2 silver tables. 2 silver thrones. And if I have them... I do. So many improved lead chests. So many improved lead cabinets. All right. That's the captain of the guard here. So I will also, let's give you a quartzite wall. Hope you don't mind pink. And a quartzite wall. And a quartzite wall, just for a little bit of privacy. Keyword there is a little bit. I'm going to put down floor grates if I have them. I don't. But I will do a line of engravings, a line of engravings, and a line of engravings, and a line of engravings, and a line of engravings. And here's hoping that those improvements will make them satisfied. UGDPY, thanks for gifting a sub to Diamond Destruct. Because now you don't need ads no mo. And thank you. UGDPY. Do you get a statue of the true God? Once I make another batch. Why I gotta put your business out there? I don't know. I just thought it was funny. It's, you know, something we're sharing, you know? Pausing those jobs because I don't need them currently. But moods are already recovering now that I'm not making them build stuff the way I was before. How's Bonfire doing? And Ranger Rick is gifting a dwarf to UGDPY, but I'm pretty sure UGDPY already has one. So we can just check in with their dwarf. Is there somebody else you'd like to give a dwarf to? Yes, they do. They are pondering biography, in fact, and also a disciple of Yugath. Diamond Destruct gets a dwarf. Diamond Destruct, what kind of dwarf do you want? Any preference? What, UGDPY? They're quite happy. They like their job. Plot in G, so UGAth? I don't know what plot in G means. The one Fisher Dwarf is named, and Lever Worker isn't a job. So, You know, I gotta say, these cranberry wine barrels kind of look like they got blood in them. Kind of look like they got blood in them. Beard half mad. Okay. I could give you this carpenter who's in the military. I could give you this siege operator who's in the military. I could give you this dwarf. Just pick one. You want the carpenter? Okay. Intricate sect is the religion you're a part of, so you are not a loyalist. You're not as a disciple. Diamond Destruct shines bright like a diamond, I suppose. Is delighted when watching performance and feels satisfied at work. Feels little time for forgiveness and will generally he has little time for forgiveness and he often feels envious of others. He tends to not reveal personal information. He finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally values eloquence and finds romance distasteful, finds blind honesty foolish, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. He likes native aluminum and iron and amber opal, gray langer leather, and the color cardinal, maces and greaves, and quivers, and the sight of the glittery style when possible prefers to consume lungfish and beetroot, and oat flour, and absolutely hates fire snakes. And he says, I saw a dwarf recite recite syrups brutal at the crystalline tusk, and says, I feel some delight. Not bad. Welcome to Fort. Be my friend. Quite like performing, it seems. Kind of low-key curious about how this digging operation appears going. It's going okay. Sweet. Good stuff. All right, I'm going to do something that I don't normally do. I'm going to tell them to build with nice boulders, because I got a lot of them, and they're just kind of all everywhere. So I'm just going to use this as a way to clear out a bunch of those and clean up some space. I'm also going to go up to here and set this up as the Farmers Guild. Farmer Hall. And it appears that Glass Half Empty is now happy with their stuff. They just want their quarters to be a little nicer. So I guess, actually, where are your quarters? Fair enough. Okay, so Glass Half Empty, how about we go up to here and give you this one. And then go down to here and, you know, swap this in for Neezer. Let Neezer have that one for the time being. Does that do her? Now he's satisfied. Okay, so next one we got to do is the Dungeon Master, but we can get to that when we get to that. I'm out of plump helmets. That's impressive. Caveweed it is. Look at all these boulders. These are all dwarves moving really slowly with boulders. So a little bit, it's leg day. Okay, chat? These dwarves have all skipped leg day, and, we have to give the dwarves leg day. That is what's happening here. It is we've skipped leg day for too long. Now it's leg day. The dwarves are all going to complain a little bit, but you know what? It is what it is. Man, it's starting to get really satisfying to look at the graph on this video. It's starting to get really satisfying to look at the graph on this video. Check this out, chat. It's good when number go down and then go up. That's really good. If it does that for like the next week, that's really good. So yay. Is the Dungeon Master in use? The Dungeon Master basically does the same tasks that the Captain of the Guard does. So they'll hand out beatings and chain people up, essentially. They just don't do the interrogation stuff. Which, actually, I think I have an open case. Who is the injured party? Reg, the weaponsmith? Oh, they're deceased. Well, that makes it mighty difficult to interrogate them, okay? So I could just interrogate a couple people. How about I interrogate Ranger Rick? Oh, you know, he's pissed. He might admit to some crimes. You never know. Use necromancy. It's not quite that simple. Shadow Warrior. To make the world more chaotic. Define you mean just have like more fighting and stuff? Add mega beasts and numbers of civs. I don't really know what you mean by chaotic. I mean, if you look at I have a couple advanced world generation tutorials on YouTube. I recommend just looking at those because I don't really know what your definition of chaotic is. What did he die from? Goblin stabbing face. Because the dwarves that have died in this fort died to either goblins stabbing them or a were creature, and I can't remember which one they died to. Also, that wasn't the criminal. That was the dwarf that was hurt by the criminal. So I have no idea who the criminal is, for clarity here. But it's okay. We're interrogating Ranger Rick on behalf of the crime. Unsolved. Ranger Rick. They met with subject and appealed to the subject's belief in harmony. The subject naively complied, and no new information was revealed. Well, that's unfortunate. How about the tavern keepers? Because I think it came from a tavern brawl, was where the crime happened. So if it came from a tavern brawl, then it's pretty likely that one of the tavern keepers saw something. This is true, Ranger Rick. This is true. You do, in fact, know nothing. I'm also going to allow that to be the Farmers Guild. What alcohol is in those pots? It's cranberry wine. Also, once again, justice was not served because the person who was injured was the one that died. So the opposite of justice was served. Just, you know, for clarity there. Cranberry wine does not sound good? Really? I really like cranberry juice, so maybe I'm biased there. Dwarf wants to be with family and be with friends. I do actually wonder what their, yeah, so they're a skilled negotiator, competent persuader, and a competent intimidator, and that's why they're good at this job. And that's why they have this job. No new information was revealed. Gonna go interrogate the other tavern keeper. It's mostly sugar? Isn't that what fermented fruit is mostly sugar? All juice is mostly sugar? All juice is like barely any actual juice too. Well, at least the stuff you buy in a carton. We'll see you later, Neezer. Take care of yourself. That's why it tastes good. I think fresh squeezed juice that has way less sugar in it actually is way better. But I like a bitter apple juice, actually. Made intimidating remarks to listening information. The subject was not afraid and refused. Interrogator may have completely misjudged their character. This is a good opportunity to train anyways, so I think I will train a few more dwarves. Or interrogate a few more dwarves. Because this is a good opportunity to trade. Trade? Train? No. You're counting fruit sugars? Oh, sure. I'm not counting fruit sugars. I'm counting like additive sugars. So things that are added like in post, if you will. Added in post. Apple cider's where it's at. Apple cider can be very good. I like a dry cider myself. But I don't drink cider too much because it's kind of hard on the old diabetes, unfortunately. Also, for anybody wondering, the video from the other day has 1,613 likes. Which, I'd have to scroll back a long time to find a video that has that many likes. And 9 dislikes. 9 people didn't like the video. Subject was not afraid and refused. JJ's got smart character. Glass half empty is out to go get the next one. I thought I just saw a gem. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay, I swear that I saw a gem in that wall. I was like, how did I not see that yet? You like a sugary drink at the end of the night after drinking as a diabetic? Yeah, it's not really my go-to. I mean, as a type 1 diabetic, I don't generally need the sugary drinks unless I've fucked up, so. Maybe if I was type 2, but I'm not. So you'll just continue training up your intimidator and negotiator and persuader skills. Meanwhile, most of these dwarves are just reading books. Everybody's reading books. And somebody was playing with a puzzle box on the table. So many members of the line Coven. It's like kind of incredible, actually. Finally, a Doctrine of Fortresses member. How's the value of this thing doing? Pretty bad, but, you know, we can make it better. You know, another way that I could, like, inflate the value of these rooms is literally just put a dragon in a cage in it. Just make a dragon zoo. That would inflate the value of these a lot. There's a 8% cider in the bar you go to. There's a bar I used to go to a lot that used to have a a cider called Stumpy. And Stumpy was 11%. Stumpy was wonderful. I used to love getting a tiny little 4-ounce glass of Stumpy. But it's been a long time. These days, if I drink a cider, my go-to cider is, it's made by a brewery called Red Racer. And they have a dry hopped cider. So it's very, like, beer-like, I guess. It was in fact 17K, yeah. because we do have the economy set to hard, which means that value is harder to achieve. Basically, everything requires higher value to be satisfied. So, like, guilds and stuff are harder to satisfy. It's tasty. And also, it gets around, too. I was watching a stream, person who used to stream a lot, he hasn't streamed in maybe 5 years, ages ago, he lived in London, UK. And I sat down once, I was watching a stream, and he was talking, blah, 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 yapping with chat, and then just, like, takes a sip of a can of that cider. I'm like, wow, shit! That's a local thing to hear, and that gets around, apparently. But it's called Hopping Mad Cider, if you want to look for it. I don't know how widely available it is these days, but at least in the past, it's been pretty widely available. All right, let's just put a couple tables. And a couple thrones. And I can go down to here, and I can get rid of the farmer's workshop, jump up to here, and make 2 farmer's workshops. But I'm going to make them out of blocks, because there's 2 blocks that are nicer value. There's a gold block, I think. Yeah, native gold block. And tetrahedrite block that we just bought off the dwarves. And then I can go all the way along this wall. Do that. Go all the way along that wall, do that. Go all the way along the ground here and do that. Go all the way along the front there and there. All the way along the back there and there. You want a pina colada? I don't think I've ever actually had a pina colada. Too much juice in it. I've never been a huge fan of super sweet drinks. So when I read the contents and it's like sugar, juice, it's like, eh. It's a pretty good way for me to lose a lot of interest. This is a masterful silver throne. Hot damn, dude. Didn't feel anything after being away from friends for too long. Well, you have none, Stone Grip. So perhaps we need to work on that, but I can tell you why you haven't been around any friends. It's because you have yet to make any. So YouTube chat is recommending I give the religious building pots of wine. What I'm going to do is once all of these needs are satisfied and once the moods kind of stabilize a little bit, because we're still a little bit heavy on the upset side, I'm going to expand this because I need to get my bricks up and running again, like my construction industry basically, which is currently disabled. Once the construction industry is up and running again, I'm going to expand this and put in 2 large dining rooms and connect it to this zone. And maybe also a dormitory and connect it to this zone. Basically build a temple complex here, literally. And I've got a artifact that has begun. They've got wood, cut gems, shining bars of metal, which they've got, a quarry, which they've got, rough gems, cut gems, cut. It looks like you have everything, so I'm going to assume you need more of something. There's a scale 100 where you can ignite the liquid flame, and it was used as a basis for taxation. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, to me, the proof thing, especially for higher percentage, like, hard stuff, has always just struck me as, like, just a historic tradition, almost. And also because I realize I haven't shouted this out at all today. If you like the stuff I do, chat, and if you like the videos that I've released recently, and if you would like more stuff from me and you want to keep up with what I'm working on, the best way to do that is by typing an ! blog in the Twitch chat and giving the blog a follow. It's as easy as plopping your email into a thingy. Or you can make an account and then you can comment. But if you join my blog, you will gain access to a weekly thing where I post about what I've been working on, and that'll show up in your email, and a twice or once a month thing if you're paying, which is a big detailed breakdown of a bunch of YouTube and Twitch stats. And if you, are also on the paying side of things, which is optional, you will also receive some other additional perks and occasional posts about my, my own blogs and stuff. Or go old school and use RSS. You could do that too, but then you can still make an account and still go and comment when there's a post you like. It's up to you, really. Also, chat, it's party time. All hail Yugath. Thanks for the $10, Foul G.
Foul_G cheered. X1000. Just finished watching the Godly Tombs video.
It's the first bits of today, I think. Scrolling down to see if... Yeah, that is actually the first bits of the day. Thanks for the $10. Everybody do the dragon. The easy way to do this, chat, is just find your favorite dance-related emotes and post it. Or just do it random. Oh my god, another Warhammer. We'll have to check in on that in a second. That's the plan, Artemend, in YouTube chat. It'll take me like a month, though, probably. I think I need to turn up the amount of alcohol we're making. Because I keep looking up at it and it's like terrifyingly low. Brew drink from fruit. Yeah, okay. It's only 50. So let's go to here and say 200 instead of 50. Because under drinks, We have cranberry wine, bilberry wine, blueberry wine, dwarven ale, dwarven wine, and strawberry wine. I have no idea. I guess we traded for those strawberries. But I like how much cranberry wine we have around. It's very fitting of the aesthetic of this fortress. How's the value of this doing? There we go. Value satisfied. Okay, so for the artifact... It is yet another hammer. Our craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with point-cut rubicells and decorated with fungi wood and encircled with bands of tower cap. This object is adorned with hanging rings of iron and clay and menaces with spikes of onyx, opal, and andesite. On the item is an image of stockade music, the large, sleek, flowing metal mask in onyx opal. Now, I'm trying to decide here. I think we make that the symbol of the captain of the guard. I mean, besides, it's called... Kira Onrek, although Cadol has claimed it as a family heirloom. Cadol, let me check. No brewing of drink is definitely on. Trust me. It's just set to repeat when we hit a certain number of drinks. Yeah, you're part of the wrong religion. You don't get that right there, Dwarf. What do you think, chat? Which noble should I assign that to? What noble gets the Iron Warhammer? Also, investments are open if you care, chat. Twitch chat, you're slacking here. YouTube chat's doing all the work. How dare? I don't know. You can nominate yourself. I'm not like one to really judge Napalm. Do I? Glass half empty. Why haven't you voted then? Come on. I'm asking a question. Which noble gets the hammer? Careful or I'll give it to Budgie. Who is you? Which noble is you? Broker, so he can block. I mean, they wouldn't call him a broker for nothing then. All right, because of chat's inability to interact, I'm gonna give it to the bookkeeper and just go full devil here, or rather, that one. Gotta hammer those books back together, man. It's too late. I've made my decision, chat. Lukar gets it. Silver Warhammer, fancy paperweight. It's an Iron Warhammer, actually. Also, moods are still slowly sorting themselves out, except Darkened Dawn is not happy. Darkened Dawn does have 5 notable kills. Which squad are you a part of? The Bloody Tusks. Improved machinery. Has been yelling at a priest. I mean, fair. What are you so upset about? You experienced trauma. Well, I mean, you are in the military, so. You wore old clothing once, but you're done with that. I think I'm going to set this squad here. I'm going to set almost all of the squads, I think, to ready. Almost all of them. Not quite all of them. That's actually all of them. And I think that the Ivory Tusks are going to go nabble us some more dragons. time for us to go get some more dragons, dwarves. It may also be song time again. What song? Oh, man, I missed it. It is song time a second time. I guess this is what happens when you build really big tavern. This dwarf's also annoyed. Frustrated after being unable to acquire something. I'm gonna do... Let's make a bunch more silver rings. Just like 80. Still effective as a paperweight. I mean, it's very fancy. It's because it's very expensive. But to me, I think like those suboptimal artifact weapons are more of a... How do I put this? They're more of a like ceremonial tool than like a weapon, if you know what if you understand what I mean. Like they're more of a thing that you would get and use as part of ceremonies and rituals, less of a thing that you acquire to actually use as a weapon in like combat situations. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start making a secondary one of these, because this is, you know, where the undedicated sleep, shall we say. And it'll be high value. It'll be nice in there, but it's not exactly the nicest place. And let's also go up here and go silver statue and queue up another 20. That, you know, I said 50, so you know what? I'll just commit. And they'll be dedicated to you, Geth. Larval Phlegms the Lustful. And up here, I'm going to begin building a proper complex. I should start making clay bricks, actually. Let's just make, like, 30. And then I'm also going to go into here. And all of these jobs that are currently, like, paused, I'm just going to hit X on them. Because all this does is it lets the manager reset them. So they're all going to get started up again. Because we're starting up working again. Because we're getting into winter now. We are through fall. Which means these jobs are all just going to get reissued. All your paper will get blown away. Obviously. How's the elephant tender doing? Is worshipping. You're worshipping in the wrong temple, though. Go worship in the correct temple, dwarf. There we go. Because I actually really like the color of clay bricks. I think clay bricks in this game are really nice looking. Also, hello, Daramund in YouTube chat. Fortress is becoming a cult, sort of. Considering how often chat's like, hey, let's become a cult. I'm doing it for once. So this will be a dining room, and a dining room. Because it's all random and it doesn't, like, take what, like, your opinions of what your tickets should be used for into account. Was probably got something to do with it, Stone? Just a hunch. I mean, I could be misguided here. Got a bunch of ore getting smelted. Things are coming along well. Speaking of melting, because YouTube chat mentioned melting. Chat, I am also melting. It is quite warm today. No, not in Fortress mode. I don't know if it is in adventure mode. I haven't tried. I don't know much about that side of it. But at least in Fortress mode, no, it is not a thing you can do. Okay, let's just casually go back to working on... What was I building up here? I can't even remember. Started building something there and kind of forgot what it was. Let's do the area for the Dungeon Master, which is just going to be very similar to the other one right there, but on the other side. And we're going to use Daysite floors. And I'm going to shape it a little bit with this. Just so that it looks a little nicer. And I will put a pillar right there. Then there's all of this mess over here. So I'm going to do 100 iron spikes. Which they will make quite quickly. And then they'll deliver them over here, and once they're all over here, then I'll make more of these traps. Because I don't really want to be telling the dwarves to go over here and make these traps while then also having to run from all the way over here. It's just, that's real bad for their mental health. Like, I might not be the nicest fortress overseer in the world, but hey, I am actually making an effort to, you know, not ruin their lives immediately. Because I would like this to work. I also need to figure out some source of power somewhere, and I'm going to need to build a minecart route somewhere in order to actually use this thing the way I want to. So I kind of should figure out where I'm going to put the minecart route, but, you know. This down here can be an extension to the dormitory. I'm also looking around. Where was I getting all of that obsidian from earlier? That's all nice. That's all nice. Look down here. That's all basalt. Well, I'm just going to go along this bottom wall here and just auto-mine a bunch of this. Lots and lots of silver and lead. You know, it's kind of funny, like, I was looking at a calendar the other day and going, man, like, summer is almost over. Like, we've got, like, a month and a half left, basically, for where I live. And that's kind of wild to me, that it's so quickly almost over. All right, so next thing is statues. Statues of the true gods for the true believers. These silver statues. Everybody gets one if they sleep in one of these nicer bedrooms. That's all of them. And I will go over to these bedrooms and do the same thing down here. This is very North Korea-ish. So these are statues of lead. It's an image of lead and Yugath, the lustful, the deity of deformity, disease, blight, and death, depicted as a skeletal female dwarf in silver by Bumrek. Lead is embracing Yugath. The artwork relates to the belief in of the dwarf Lead Gift Hall in Yugath, larval flems, in the early winter of 247. Wouldn't it be awesome if Lead lived here? Nope. The only lead I have is Murky Galley, who did admittedly make Motfeb, but I thought that dwarf was a ghost. Oh my god. Oh my fuck. I fucked up, chat. I fucked up. I sent the wrong squad. So you want to know how I know I sent the wrong squad? Because basically, if you're trying to steal animals and you bring war animals, the war animals destroy your ability to actually successfully steal stuff. So you have to fight with whatever's there. Like it makes it impossible to stealth. So I sent my main squad to go steal more animals from this place, and they all got imprisoned. Let me just double check my second squad here. Also, Twitch chat. Chat's been very quiet. In the last 10 minutes, 3 people have spoken in the last 10 minutes. Because Saturdays are generally pretty quiet, if you want the stream to keep going, the longer you want the stream to be, the more active the chat must be. It's up to you guys. Just making sure none of these guys have war dragons assigned. You do. So that'll be labor, work animals. Unassign you. Diamond has none. Amost has none. Regoth has none. You have none. You have none. And you have none. Okay, so I'm going to send out the second squad to try and rescue them. And steal livestock. You were just discussing how you sent the wrong one out? What, in the YouTube chat? I mean, I wasn't really looking at the YouTube chat much. Yeah, and multi-threading does, like, absolutely no difference on my frame rate. I've tried this a couple of times, but it does almost nothing. Oh, I thought I assigned you guys. Oh, I see. Pfft. I assigned this top squad, not these guys. Trying to find Legends browsers so you can parse the world viably for play quickly. Well, Legends Viewer, which is the most popular one, doesn't really work right now. It works partially, but it doesn't work fully. So you could look into that. But I don't find them particularly necessary, personally. There is a feature from old Dwarf Fortress that I do miss, which is you used to be able to go through the world history 10 years at a time, which you can't do now, which is kind of annoying. Also, I do not know why Alien Slayer's sprite is missing from there. Dwarf is a talented ambusher. So chat, round of beers for good luck for these soldiers on their glorious rescue mission. Man, because like there is a massive population there. There's like 2,000 dragons in that location or something. Let's drink to a good raid, I say. Oh, the other thing probably is down here, likely, right? You don't have spikes, do you? Just in case. Okay, how come they're not getting put over here then? Oh, I see why. so those should all just start getting hauled then. Who are they rescuing? My entire best squad, because I sent the wrong squad. I sent the one with the dragons assigned. If you want to stealthily sneak in and steal stuff from a place, if you send one with livestock or military animals assigned, then they break your stealth and make it force you to fight, basically, because animals don't know how to sneak. Although the mental image of a sneaking elephant is hysterical, I'll say. Oh. Apparently we have an attempt to steal doctrine dots. Apparently Irmaluck is the witness. When was this? What the heck? I wonder if this is from, like, an old port. It very well might be. In 369, an unidentified creature, as the dwarf pilgrim Solon Council stakes, the work of Spray corrupted the subject in order to have an agent in Goretusk. Wow. I did actually have visitors for a very brief period of time. They plotted to steal doctrine dots under the influence of an unidentified creature. So that means that my mayor was plotting to steal something. Do I convict them? They are a servant. Yes or no, chat? Do I convict them? I have to. She left her religion. So she was part of the wrong religion, but left it. So she's a servant. No mercy for heresy? All right. Oopsies. Let's see what Glass Half Empty has to say after he's done cooking dinner. It's grabbing dog meat? Oh boy. $60 lashings? More like head thwacks with hammer chunk. Okay, maybe the hammer's doing it. Let's just go mayor. Or... Me renaming all these roles makes things very confusing. It is interesting that they're hanging out up here, even though this isn't a religion that they follow. Say, quit making meals. Who has to do what now, Grande Queso? Let's go here. And peat melting heat. Yeah, no, I agree. Stay inside where it's cool, mate. It's not worth it. And this right here can be the hammerer's office. And that up there can be their dining hall. Oh, to like, for prison? Is that what it is? Like, that's the prison sentence? Makes sense. Yeah, I could understand that being a prison sentence. Not that I've ever seen a single second of Ellen's talk show. I don't even think I've seen clips of it. Okay, so let's see. I mean, I have convicted them. I'm wondering what their, Okay, so they're just gonna get a beating. Probably because they're the mayor. I also don't know why this dwarf decided to just sleep outside on the ground. Here you get intermittent rain recently that cools things down. We had rain for a couple days there, which was pretty nice, and it did, in fact, cool things down. Went and beated the criminal, punched him a couple times. Did a bit of bruising, but nothing major. Hopeless after being beaten. You'll be okay here, dwarf. You lost your fortress to FPS death? It's probably fixable. FPS death is almost always fixable in the current version of the game, which is quite nice, actually. But happy to help if my videos are helpful. So Rolf wants to give a dwarf to the next person to post something in chat. So post something in chat if you want a chance to get a dwarf. So Jezza, what kind of dwarf would you like? Just want to post a bird. I mean, him go fast. You already have dwarfs, so. Any beard is fine. We'll sort by happy. How's Ashen the Weaponsmith for you? Has a classy hat. Is hauling a silver throne. Jezza, there you go. Jezza disdains tranquility and has poor intuition, but is tough and patient. Is quite ambitious and has little interest in joking around, isn't particularly curious about the world, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Isn't given to flights of fancy and likes to keep things practical, without delving too deeply into the abstract, of course. Has a greedy streak and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. And is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he can handle stress. He stiffens up to get through. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values good craftsmanship and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity and doesn't really value merrymaking. He likes orthoclase, gold, and yellow sespertine, giant desert tortoise bone, and the color saffron, leather armor, and anvils, and Sangrero's cactus for their amazing arms. And when possible, prefers to consume hake, rye beer, and tapir's milk, and whip vine flour. And he hates bats. And he has a medium-length beard, which is braided. It's fitting that he likes cactus, considering your name. What's up, Ophis? And you're a member of the not main religion here, but hey, you have some friends, so that's good. You're a little bit lonely and you get into arguments pretty frequently, although I would too if my religion was being persecuted. You want to be with friends and family, and you want to take some time to, practice some martial art and craft. So maybe I could toss you into perhaps one of the other squads. Like maybe Sideburn's squad. We'll throw you into Sideburn's squad. And you know what? Let's get you guys training for a little bit, because I don't have any squads training right now. Give them the opportunity to get some of that martial training in. That is the whole point of this fort currently. V. Although it's very minor currently. The segregation part. I am in an ad. Just writing some notes. One sec. Thing to remember later. Just anybody who's only just tuning in, if you're confused about this fort, we have this command, which is goal in the Twitch chat. And this fort was originally a group of refugees running from the goblins. And once they got far enough away, they set up camp about as far south as you could get on a volcano on some tundra in the wilderness. And, well, the most popular religion of the Founding Seven was a religion called the Dead Communion. The mayor, who eventually got elected, had left the Dead Communion, or had left a different religion. And we have decided to focus on giving benefits to every dwarf who's a member of that religion without giving those same benefits to dwarves who are not. Essentially, we are building a fortress around separating the believers and the non-believers. And I'm not saying that we're going to start dropping people into the volcano if they don't worship the correct religion, but we might get there at some point. We'll see. V. We'll see. I also feel like we need to increase the quality levels of the clothes getting thrown out here. Because I don't need all of these, and there's just clothes getting left around again. So we'll just increase that. Getting a good number of spikes over there now, which is good. Looks like they've finished making all the spikes. What religion is your dwarf? The correct one. The ones with the correct religion, when they arrive, become either disciples of Yugath, which means they worship the correct religion. Servant of Yugath is somebody who doesn't worship a religion or has left their religion but worships the wrong god, or isn't part of the right or isn't part of the religion but worships the correct god. And then dwarves that are part of separate religions don't get a title, and eventually we'll filter them out. Unless they're married to somebody who is in the correct religion. If they're married to somebody who's in the correct religion, then we give them a pass. Because they're a concubine. I recited Youths and Yell. They recited Youths and the Yell. You know, Lumel, you seem to really like reciting things. How about we make you into a performer? This dwarf. And also, I bought a bunch of instruments earlier, so let's check to see if I can construct any of those. I can, in fact. Apparently there are no stored instruments here, which I think is kind of funny, but I can construct these two. I'm not being that specific. Plank of wood. Because it's very, very, very difficult to limit what dwarves get what clothes. And personally, I don't mind doing a little bit of tedium for dwarves. I don't want to do that amount of tedium. You cannot link a named assigned zone to a named assigned zone. So no, you cannot link a library to a temple. That would essentially just require burrows. I think I'm going to take the Reign of Tusks off of training here. What do you think, chat? Do you think they're going to actually rescue them? I find it pretty rare that rescuing works. Also, Did Budgie ever manage to acquire something? No. Interesting. I think I'm going to put a stockpile in here. And this is just going to be for earrings. And rings. Any quality and any material. And it'll allow bins. And hopefully we can get some earrings and stuff. And then we're going to pop up here and just go ring. And go down to finished goods and remove them from there. Because if dwarves are hauling a thing, they have a higher chance of claiming it. So I want them to claim that there if possible. And also I'm curious if they actually know how to place any of these instruments. I'm also kind of curious about what these instruments are, because these are the dwarven ones. Lion Bone Sawset is a keyboard is made from crystal glass. Its case is made from bone, and the Storset is a huge stationary musical instrument which has 81 cloth strings. The musician uses a glass keyboard to select which of those strings are plucked. The instrument has an 8-octave range going from an extremely low to an extremely high pitch. The instrument cannot control the volume at all. The instrument cannot control the volume. At all pitches, the instrument has a quivering timbre. Kind of sounds like a harpsichord, because you can't control the volume of a harpsichord. The low register has a rippling timbre, and the high register has a middle pitch and a reedy, muddy timbre. And then this right here Bronzershan, this one. Is a bronzershan is a large stationary percussion instrument. It consists of a metal bar. The musician strikes the bar, and it has a single pitch, and the instrument has a quavering, watery timbre. Ooh, that's kind of cool. What are you eating over there, Dwarf? Prepared reindeer spleen roast. Nice. This dwarf seems pretty happy. He wants to fight, but read a lot of books. Jurist. What religion are you a part of? The Line Coven. Sag. Well, Percy finds those who develop weapons for fighting distasteful. Then why do you want to fight? Are you distasteful, Dwarf? Self-loathing, I suppose. A harpy so you control the volume? You do know what a harpsichord is, right? Also, I don't know what that is, Ironamo. To great surprise, wife has experienced interest in playing DF. She liked the dwarves, and hobbits are often played often at our house. Hobbit movies are often played at your house, and she identified you sexually as a dwarf. I mean, that escalated quickly in a direction I wasn't expecting, but, I mean, hey. Sounds like wife is a keeper, then. Punching and wrestling only? I mean, I could just make a leisure squad. They've been gone for a while. How far of a walk is that place? I'm unsure what that last bit means, and I'm unsure how much I want to know what that last bit means. It means the beard stays on during sex, is what I think that means. Sorry, it's just... There's few sentences that, like, I feel stupid while saying, but that's one of them. That or the beard gets longer, one of the two. I hate myself sometimes. Actually, most of the time, but, you know. Oh, hey, a band that nobody's heard of that I liked the one song I heard of, but I heard by them, put out a second song. That's kind of cool. It's called Opium. I'm sure that's fun. It's like, I mean, I get it. I understand how that could work. In regards to the comment. Jokes, if you will. Okay, so they are, of course, going after Seduce Deep. And if we are here, it is 10 days travel, which means they should be back by the 10th. And if they're not back by the 10th, we have a problem. It's a romance. The author, William D. Bakersville, is on. Sean Connery is the main accurate. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not familiar with it. It's not a thing that I am familiar with. All right, let's get some more traps set up. Some more of them spikes. Got another artifact up and running. So there's another artifact coming up. This one is probably also a weaponsmith. Oh, it's Ranger Rick. Oh, shit. Okay, that I need to follow. Ranger Rick is still very angry. Keeps on getting into arguments. Oh, no. I feel like we need to ask Zombie Mike permission before we clip that one. I'm building a ghetto for the non-believers? Yeah! Uh-oh. A force of vile darkness has arrived, and both of my squads are not here currently. Well, it's okay. So, chat, we get some fighting now. And I have to turn the burrow on. I'm going to send these two squads right here. And I'm going to send this squad up. Nope. Up. Yeah, let's just do here. It's probably the better spot. And what are you doing? You're constructing a building. Okay, so I'm just going to go into here, and I'm going to pause all of those spikes, those 4 spikes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pause them. Turn around. Because there is a siege incoming. Here comes the Marks Dwarves, and I'm seeing the soldiers coming up the side. I don't actually know how big this siege is. I should probably check. Okay, not tiny, but not the worst. Hey, Chad, can I get a big round of beers for these soldiers? Wish them luck. Okay, so dwarves are now firing bolts. So to those of you wondering how to make Marks Dwarves work, just do this. Make a thing like this, and they'll just shoot. They all have copper and iron bolts. It's a mixture. The first goblin right here is actually bleeding and seriously injured already because they got hit by a bolt. And they said that I've been wounded. That's very annoying. And they got hit in the rat leather leggings. Bolts are flying. Not all the dwarves are landing their bolts, but hey, at least they are firing their bolts. Now I'm going to send those 2 squads around this side. Bolts are still flying. And it appears that we have a snatcher that we've discovered, who is now caught in a cage trap. Ha ha! We got Bosa, the goblin thief. I'm gonna lock these doors, because I should probably do that. Yeah, it's the views is going up, Igor Dambra. The views is in fact going up, which is nice to see. So the dwarves are should be coming around the corner. Come on. Did you guys all fall asleep or something? There they go. The goblins are all seriously injured. This is what bolts are really good for, is making all of the baddies seriously injured before they actually get into the fort. What? So apparently they're all fighting, but where? Okay, it's just these goblin bowmans that are fighting then. Dwarves are running in. And one of them has dropped a bow, which is Uspu. Uspu recently took a bolt to the lower arm, which actually chipped his bone. The recruit scratches him in the right hand. They're already nice and softened up for my recruits. My very unskilled recruits, but still recruits. Sideburns is, of course, leading the charge. He is focused, terrified while in conflict, but satisfied after teaching fighting. Sideburns is who has much more than just sideburns. Actually managed to lodge a warhammer in his head by bashing him in the head with a silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. If you make ballistas, just put the ballistas on the level that you want them to fire because they can't shoot down. Big on fear. Gruesome wounds, says Sideburns. I think he killed him. I would assume that that was one of the kills he just got. He's now running after the follow-up line. We've got two dwarves running in. Jezza's actually tired and winded. So I'm wondering now, where are my other soldiers? And why Dragon take so slow? If Napalm dies a second time, I'm going to be sad. That or Napalm's about to be a goddamn hero. Napalm is fighting with this militia captain. The bolts are flying past. Lots of arrows actually are flying past. Took out a second one. Actually just experienced some pretty hefty trauma right there. But managed to knock out a goblin bowman by hitting him in the head, once again jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. He's now moving on to backs right here. Jezza is in a martial trance, which is probably going to save Jezza's life. Sideburns is now bolting forward. Bolting, get it? Military still hasn't returned, and I'm looking back for the remainder of my squids. Okay, so we've got this dwarf right here, glass half empty, who is, is a military dwarf, but the main reason I'm sending them is their pet dragons. We've also got Atir back here. I think that this dwarf here needs a dragon assigned. Sideburns is in a martial trance, doesn't feel anything while in conflict. Has taken out, I think, 2 so far. Has fallen out of the martial trance and immediately takes a silver arrow to the right hand, which fractured their hand through the glove. But is still able to fight and is still holding their weapon, I think. Nope, they've dropped their hammer. But is now just mostly dodging. And the other dwarves, Jezza and Atir, are assisting with the final few goblins. Sideburns has ceased bleeding, which is good, but is now overexerted in bleeding. Fortunately, so is this guy down here. I'm going to send everything over here. And if we check back here, it appears that our captain of the guard is running with his 2 dragons in tow and goes flying in to assist with the artifact, or not a non-artifact warhammer, just a silver warhammer, and is missing a whole bunch and actually dodges a bolt. This dragon here runs up and is acting like a guard dog, as it should. The hunting cave dragon bends the goblin crossbowman's left lower arm with the hunting cave dragon's right wing, and the left elbow collapses. I'm actually just going to go into Sideburns' labor right here and go to work animals, and we'll just say, hey, why don't we just bring some dragons with? Bring some dragons with here, bud. Bring some dragons with. Most of the goblins are dead. However, this one here is just getting carte blanche to shoot arrows directly at this dwarf's head. So here's hoping he can get back up. Jezza, who's overexerted, is dueling with that final remaining goblin. And even though he's overexerted, can't stand currently, and his ability to grasp is somewhat impaired, and Jezza is now dying as well, it appears these dragons are coming in at the last goddamn second to save the goddamn day and save these 2 dwarves. So the stunned, seriously injured Sideburns and Jezza are probably going to make it thanks to the captain of the guard saving the day. What a goddamn hero. Glorious injuries. Meanwhile, Ranger Rick has claimed a stoneworker's shop. And I'm going to turn this burrow off. And claim all this crap. That was fun. I'm actually going to get all these squads training if possible. And, I think I need a better hospital, actually. That's my plan with the spikes, to put a minecart route attached to them. You hope the dwarves make it in time? I'm sure they will. I'm mostly just worried about these dwarves, because they're taking a very long time. Glass half empty needed a nap after that too, which is kind of funny. What, you needed a nap after the fighting? I mean, you're not a trained military dwarf, right? This is still my hospital. So, because I don't currently have a proper hospital, I think putting a hospital right underneath the body disposal, while in poor taste, is convenient for when they don't survive, so I think that might be a good location for our hospital. Right here. What do you think, chat? And it looks like an upside-down screaming fish. Head. How do I feel about Norland? I think it needed a lot of balance changes, but I haven't played it much more since the release week. I really like the base of it. It's a very good, solid foundation for what could be a really cool game. It just needs a lot of balancing and tweaking before it's super fun. And a lot of the balancing and tweaking stuff has already been done. Because I've been keeping an eye on their patch notes, and their patch notes have been really good. This isn't supposed to have bins in it. What? Excuse me. Sounds like a normal hospital, honestly. This is concerning me. Why haven't they returned yet? And then down here, just going to unforbid all of this. Press R again, go up here. And open this. And we've got a goblin in this cage trap. This fort is a religious segregation fort. We are focusing on one particular religion and giving all other dwarves who don't focus on that religion, well, penalties, basically. And war. I mean, we do have a well. They're just not colored. Considering this is the side they tend to walk up. Gonna need so many mechanisms for all of these eventually. Okay, so let's check in on Ranger Rick at that workshop. What do you need, bud? What do you have? Stray beak dog bone, 1 gem, 2 boulders, cut gems. You have those. Query. Cut gems, okay. Skeletons, okay. Stacked cloth, all right. Skeletons, okay. Cut gems. I think you need another cut gem. Oops. Too busy reading a book to go cut a gem for me. Are you there, Dwarf? Is that what's going on? Red is lava. Oh. Right. Well, it's not really a well, then. It's more just a really big hole. Starting to think that squad ain't coming back, chat. It's unfortunate, really. I don't see the problem here, V. It's unfortunate, sure, but they may still come back. I don't know. It's only a problem if you make it a problem. It's unfortunate, yes, but problem? We'll be okay. Nice, rectangular Galena cabochons, muskox bone, lumbable cloth, and stray beak dog bone. Tapered baguette cut claro opals. Maybe they are bugged? I doubt it. Nope. Nope. So I doubt it. Because fix retrieve units is the command that would fix that if they are. So, no, they're not. Very often, what people perceive as bugs in this game aren't actually bugs. There's probably just in a big fight, but none of them are dead, so. If this game was actually as buggy as people said it was consistently, it wouldn't be playable. Like, at all. Like, yes, it's certainly buggy, but it's not anywhere near as bad as people make it out to be most of the time. I like the fact that Sideburns has an arrow stuck in his lower body still. Just had to point that out. Like, that is something. Ranger Rick, the Holy Whip, has created Inesh Asob, a nice cabinet, and offers it to the trampled machine. This is a nice cabinet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular nice cabochons and encircled with bands of round nice cabochons and muskox bone. This object menaces with spikes of galena. On the item is an image of Shirlet Twistin, the wolf, in llama wool. Shellret Twistin is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the wolf in the beloved Frost in 58. On the item is an image of Fiva, the Minotaur and Beak Dog Bone. Fiva is traveling. The artwork relates to the wandering of the Minotaur Fiva in the beloved Frost in the early spring of 93. On the item is an image of dwarves in Clara Opal. Toulon is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Toulon to the position of Baron of the Iron of Power in 129. And because you gave it to us, and it's a very kind donation, I'm going to donate it to the church that you are not a part of. Apparently I'm out of copper, so I can't make bins anymore. That's fine. Don't need canceling jobs. There it is. Just missed invests too? Well, you made it. Although I got pretty bad news for you in a second here. Devilish. And that is two things, chat. I am extremely sweaty and I have a stomachache. My gut hurts. I've been trying not to bitch about it all day. And I'm also quite tired. And I have stuff I got to get done today. So, we've done 6 hours, which is pretty good for a Friday. But I think I'm going to call it here. So, before you all run off, I'd like to remind you to follow my blog. And I just want to say, YouTube chat, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for spending time here. Thanks for keeping the chat going. Like, hey, the YouTube chat was moving today, which was nice. Even though I still ignore you mostly. It's nice to have you guys moving. So thanks for being here. And